Almost forgot to swap over. Hey, everybody. But yeah, that seems weird. That's just unlucky. That's just... they're 2-0 for their care of their Hornets. Yeah, or 0 and 2. 0 for 2. Better a plane and a tug than the ship taking damage, especially if it reduces mission capabilities. Yeah. But it also would reduce mission capabilities if they lost an F-18. I'm good, Orion Matrix. But yeah, that just... I did see about that. I honestly didn't even think about that it kind of coincided with the drop of the video itself. I didn't even realize that it coincided with the drop of the video until you said something. So I was like, yeah, shit, maybe that'll put some more attention on the video, which would be nice. But yeah, that was interesting. But that makes a lot of sense that they're officially remaining at 100% mission capability. Oh, that's perfectly fine. But yeah, it's just like Hornet. Like, how the heck was the commanding officer of the ship supposed to know that they were going to get shot at by drones when they were moving the aircraft from bottom side, top side? Like, that just doesn't make sense. Like, what are you on about? It's stupid. But yeah, I'm gonna turn down this music a little bit. It was a little loud, at least to me. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna turn down my headset. That fixes the problem. But yeah. So I was planning on doing some artwork today, but I wasn't really being able to pull together the. I wasn't really figuring. I couldn't figure out what the heck I wanted to draw. Lost FA-18 technically count for a mobility kill? No, because it wasn't. No, that would be like a maneuver kill, but it wasn't deployed, it wasn't in the air. The ship moved, yes, but the plane wasn't supposed to. That's the thing. That counts as an accident, not as a combat loss. It's a just beautiful irony that the Gettysburg is in the battle group. Why? Is the Gettysburg known for having issues? What's the error record of the Gettysburg? But yeah, I wasn't sure if I wanted to do art today, so instead of doing art, I wanted to give you guys the vote. Do we want to do art, or do we want to look at the new Space Engineers update? Last a mishap due to material losses. Okay. But yeah, do we want to do art, or do we want to do... Gettysburg shot down one of their own F-18s a while back. Oh no. Damn. Yeah, they just put all the SE update is nice. SE, sweet. I'm hearing 2 SEs. I did go in and look at the blocks, but I've found out that the guild server might be back up sooner than expected. So, I will be moving on to the next season, and that means it's going to be fun times. And honestly, they gave us a lot of cosmetic stuff this time around that I'm really looking forward to using. It makes me want to design a new ship or a couple of new things. I do a replenishment. Well, you do a replenishment and cure command too. Fair enough. But yeah, they've got some new ship designs on board, and they're really cool. Like, they've got new AI design. Like, they got new random encounter designs. I'm writing a story on an Isekai Tiger II tank and its crew. Any thoughts? From World War II? Because that sounds like it would go sideways very, very quickly. Like, I'm not sure I can go into the details of how that would go on stream. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the game on the screen here. Space Engineers, thank you. There it is. Yeah, they got new loading screen art with new ship designs on board, which is actually really cool. You have this giant fleet design set up. Boom. Cass, one word. Did you put on S-mine launchers to be used as a Chekhov's gun? On what? Take some serious med lab science labs, the new update. Oh yeah, and that's just scratching surface. Added things like other DLCs like the bridge windows. Oh yeah. I went and put down all the blocks already on a new world. I'm gonna go and show you guys that now. Real quick thing before we go in, I should probably be plugging this more, but we have merch. Definitely grab the merch. We have merch in the guild store. It is, the guild website is right there. And if you have the money and you are willing to spend it, definitely go check out the merch. There's some cool stuff. And it helps me. I need to be plugged. I'm terrible at plugging my own stuff, which is not great for me as a creator. I'm bad at, like, I'm supposed to brag to a certain degree, and I don't. Isn't this the game where you can basically build anything? It is a game where you can pretty much build anything. But this one is definitely one of the best, if you ask me at least. Alright, let me see. I'm gonna go ahead and set it to daylight. There we go. I have a couple of wreckages and stuff that I was leaving around potentially for this other season. That's the ship I was going to use to get into space. I'm going to go ahead and turn off all the signals here. I'm willing to spend the money, but I don't have the money, then no worries. But yes, here are all the new blocks. I was looking at all of them. So we're gonna start with the lab parts. Here's like the med lab items, like all of the benches. There's this inverted corner one here with like a test tube. Hold up, I'm gonna paint these because these things need paint jobs. For visibility's sake. Make them less, you know, more visible. So we've got like a sink here, which is nice. And what looks like, the heck is that? Is that like a burner cage? Like, what is that block? I don't know. Test tubes, storage. You've got like a test tube analyzer or whatever. The desk. You've got the microscope here. Filing cabinet. Another microscope, I think. Oh, and those also act as a centrifuge. Thank you. Now, here is a cryo chamber. It's a new one. The VAT. That one's actually pretty cool. This one is a refueling station, replenishing station. Hey, Clarinet. And there is a panel version right here that just kind of latches onto one of these ports. This is a cargo terminal. So these let you access cargo containers while having something that looks nice instead of just having a cargo container there. And it also has the cargo space of a small container, which is really nice. No, I'm just thinking of something here. What is the, what's the PCU on one of these? 10. Okay, sweet. I wonder if they changed the PCU, the cargo containers or something. Oh yeah, so they have little laboratory skin for tanks now. Hydrogen and oxygen. The thing that bothers me, though, is the oxygen tanks are labeled as small oxygen tanks, like lab small oxygen tanks, and then there's small oxygen tank, and then lab small oxygen tank. There's no large oxygen tank. Why are we differentiating? I'm confused. Oh yeah, the lab O2H2 generator is giant. But it basically just adds a little decorative element onto the side, which I have put down over here. And please hold while I grab some ice and shove it in here just to show you what it does. It has some cool visual effects. Yeah, it has like the visual effects actively showing the electrolysis in progress. It's going to be a story that kind of takes a right and a wrong about its crew, learning about the other types of everything, have them find how to fit in, and since they're going to be around people that don't think any is better than the other, I already have a start to have a tank crew. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't really know how to guide on that, because those aren't really subjects I think about. The O2 generator, the control panel is installed sideways. The controls are right way up, the bubbles ride sideways. Oof. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Because I saw those used in, like, in the trailer. You know what? Maybe we should review the trailer. Yeah, here's the, so there's, like, an exhaust cap here. So you guys know, like, the exhaust pipes that offer, like, smoking sound effects and stuff like that? Kind of like what's over there, but not caused by damage. This is another one of those that I just slapped onto the side of the terminal here. There's a lab freezer. There is a shelf, a lab cabinet, which is pretty neat. Put things there. Oh, hey, there's another cargo container up there. I didn't actually know about that. We have lab doors. Boom. We also have this door here, which I have currently placed in the wrong spot, because those go to these corridor pipes here that are all like circular. This one's a square one. There's an adapter. You got the usual corner, side, T-junction, everything, and then there's one with a light. But yeah, that one's pretty cool. You've got nice floor paneling here. We have floor paneling options. This one's actually really nice. So that's a 3x3. These are all 1x1s. Boom. And these are some of the others. So this is a floor center. This is a floor decal, which can represent all kinds of different blocks here. Like, internal decal setup is like, it actually makes sense now. Like, you can have that be on the floor. You can have this thing. One of these. One of those. How they do is armor those, so if they're floor of the ship, they might not offer protection. You would probably want to have them, like, as part of a larger ship. They do have a lot of parts to them. Steel plates, construction components, and interior plates. They have more components than an armor block, actually. Than a light armor block, at least. Millennium Falcon corridors? Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking with these. That's the... Get me over here. Yeah, Millennium Falcon looking corridors. Really giving you the Star Wars vibe. New Prototech block, a fusion reactor. So you can basically have a reactor that works off of hydrogen. It's gonna be interesting how they're gonna have to deal with ammo and fuel, because using the last Tiger in Berlin, Tiger 314 after their famous battle when they go to retreat with the army after they lose Berlin. Oh, Tiger 341 after the... Oh, wait, okay. Huh. Those blocks can work as well for taxi markings on an airfield. Oh, that's a good call. Oh, shit. That's a really good idea. Thank you, Dirt. I'm probably going to steal that. Also, here's something interesting. The, I am unironically going to steal that idea. The lab experiment blocks. This one has lighting on it. This one has lights on it. They're like these vat tanks. The floor ones have patterns on the various sides. They're incredibly useful. Oh, yeah. Then we have the third one here. This I want to use in like a power core section. The hardest part of writing military fiction. How well can you handle logistics? Exactly. But yeah, I was trying to see if I could find a way to get like the tanks to glow. I was trying to use a spotlight here, but it doesn't feel like it's working. Like, I tried setting it at night, and it just doesn't feel like it's doing anything. I wonder, actually, what if I took the spotlight and I dropped the radius as far as I could go? Let's change the time of day back. No, that ain't doing shit. All right, let's try it again. No, the tanks block. They act as a solid block. Light doesn't pass around them. Man, that kind of sucks. Oh, there is a light in this tank, though. Okay, that's cool. That's what I wanted. Ever goofy ones of those is Zipong. Goofy ones of those is Zipong? Zipang? I don't know what. Also, there are pipe blocks here. There are some curved ones, up, curved. There's like this junction here. Yeah, and there's an end block over here. These pipes are cool. I want to use these in like a walkway. So, but yes, these are all the blocks, the new blocks that were introduced. They added some quality of life upgrades, like where is it? Oh yes, the projector. They added siding to it, like directions on the side, so you can now tell which one is the right side, which one is left, which one is up and down, which way is forward. Left, right, that's the face on it. I have not realized this was the back. I thought this was the front the whole time. I have been doing that wrong. Scum of the skins do not work on some of the blocks. The hazard skin does not go on the pipes or the new passageway blocks, the ones with the markings. The hazard stripes doesn't go on a lot of things. And a control panel? Oh. Oh, A modern Japanese Aegis destroyer gets sent back to pre-Pearl Harbor Pacific and have to figure out which side of history to take, or if they should just sit back and pretend to not exist. Oh, that would be interesting. Scary, even. So because of the new setup going to be, I think, something to the effect of the hazard skin. I mean, I feel like there are a lot of ways you can do things without them needing, like, special coloration. Zaipang was basically the final countdown was for Japan. Oh. Osprey kind of inspired VTOL aircraft on their ship. Oh. Hi, Vina. What am I being bonged for? You just got here. We're talking about blocks. Oh, wait, hold up. My category is still set to just chatting, isn't it? That did make me think of something. Whoops. My bad. Shut up. All right, here's your Hydrate Redeem Orion. All right, so those are all the new blocks, and I now want to build something with them. Yeet. The golden pad. Oh, wait, no, I missed a spot. There is one thing, one almighty block that has been awaited for a while that I have almost neglected to note. Behold the power of the embedded small connector. Finally! Finally, these are useful. The small connectors can finally be put together for things. Already retrofitted your drone carrier with those? I feel like I'm about to make a drone carrier with these. I am about to turn. So I think it's going to be planetary, or with some measure of space. I'm going to I was planning on retrofitting these with drone blocks eventually. Because the Headhunter is like my primary atmospheric ship. There is nothing that beats this. You had a loaner clarinet, the piece that you had cracked, and that a crack needed replacement, and you wouldn't get here by the time you needed it, so you got a loaner until then? Gotcha. Make a World War I German battlecruiser if I ever got space engineers. Those bastards were tanks. Hey, Super Myster. But yes, this thing is hands down probably one of the single most powerful vehicles I have ever created. It uses a large connector down there, and I'm probably not going to change that. But you know what, chat? Maybe it's time to design a vehicle specifically made to be a disposable drone. Because making a new grid always ends up being, like, production is a pain. That would be Final Countdown, great movie. Oh, yeah. Let me see. I gotta make... So what are we thinking for weapons on a drone here? We're gonna want it to be atmospheric capable, and I'm using this planet as a reference because, this planet has the highest gravity. If it can fly here, it can fly anywhere. Gonna go ahead and build like a small landing platform up here. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use the new 3x3 floor panels. Oh yeah, here's some of the other floor panels. These are made for like passages and the like. They have like the curvature walkways on them, which is pretty neat. Multiple different arrangements. These floor slabs are nice. You can basically create entire sections of floor without having to try, like, at all. Oh, crap, this is the shitty color. Give me a minute. What do you want the drone to do? It is going to be a mass-producible combat drone. So it is meant to go out, take some fire, and fuck things up. Battleship, since there are planets in this game, if there is a way to make the tracks, you can embrace George Orwell insane land battleship design. Ooh. Interesting. Best example is SMS Derflinger. The Durfee took a lot of hits at Jutland, lost almost all its guns, lost most of the people per ship, and made it back to port after a shelling from the Queen Elizabeths. Got the nickname Iron Dog from the Brits. Ooh. Got a new keyboard and it's basically impossible to play SE on it now? What do you mean? 65%? Oh. You got a 65% scale keyboard? Or a thrust vectoring turret? Oh wait, that's called an SU-33 now. Hey, Rasmus. Guns can't go wrong with a lot of DACA. Oh yeah, no. A lot of DACA, absolutely. The question is, what kind of DACA? I'm thinking Gatling guns, the old reliable, just, it never fails. It chews through things. Eventually. I'm thinking if I could create like a scaled down version of the Hammerhead, this thing, but I want to make it applicable for, I don't know, maybe more than just, Nice thing about being able to mine stuff. Hey, Metal Dragon, the nice thing about being able to mine stuff again, because last time we were on a scrap-only round, so all of your ice had to be obtained from a gas station or from wreckages. So hydrogen was in short supply. You know what I think I should do, though? I need to at least invent a solar turret. And what I mean by that is, like, a solar panel with an A-wing type design, important in front, so if it's hurt, it can kamikaze. That's a good idea, actually. Non-US jet this weekend, non-US jet this weekend. Booyah. We might do some of the research for it later. I'm not going to be able to stay up all night, so if this server isn't up today, I will probably rotate to airplane research later. And by airplane research, I mean I'm going to be typing stuff up. Because I've already got the research picked out. The plane picked out. I've already accumulated most of the references I intend to use. So, but let's just say that it's tied to the Suez Crisis. I mean, it's already been guessed in a previous stream, but... Yes. Alright, so now, let's see. A-wing design, what was I just thinking of as well? There was something else I had in mind. Right, solar turret. I was about to get distracted. So, real quick, I'm going to make... basically just like a solar panel that tracks the sun, because that is an option. Let me see. Jet or prop? Jet. What was it? Right, I don't have the resources for this because I moved everything around. Just gonna start from scratch here. Let's see, solar panels. I'm gonna want batteries, so it has its own sustained power source in case things go sideways for some reason. For drone fighters, you could do TIE-type thingies, small and not a lot of resources and cheap. Yeah. Grippin, not sure if that was suggested. I'm not taking recommendations. I already have the plane picked. But I will get to, yeah, well, it'll be there, and I might do some work on it later, and then you'll see what it is. Let's see, I want a rotor, I want a drone controller. A turret controller, there it is. For the list to do down the road? Yeah, later. I'll figure, yeah, like, I know a lot of, like, all of the planes that we can name off the top of our head are on my mental list. Let me see. Oxygen tank. Wait, no, I don't want an oxygen tank. I can grab that by just decompressing, by, like, using an air vent on the air itself. That's not an issue. Wartime players go burr. Yes, exactly. Let me see. Where is this? Where is the frickin' the C100, C101cc? Is that the Canuck that has the ability that was modified to go supersonic? Somebody mentioned that to me, and I was like, wait, what? Somebody modified that straight wing thing to tell the sound barrier to kiss its ass? Let's see. God, no, it's just a trainer pressed into service. Welcome to non-NATO. Oh. Narrow the possible planes for this week to 10 jets. Ten jets. When I okay, when I say that it had to do with the Suez Crisis, I don't mean that it was there during the Suez Crisis. I mean it was inspired by it. Stealth jet design that would have beaten the F-117 to first stealth title if we Germans weren't so damn bureaucratic. Wait, what? Well, let's see. Let me grab a landing gear real quick. I keep switching back and forth. I need to focus on one damn thing at a time. 3 Russian, 5 Brit, 2 French. Okay, that's 8. Wait, no, that is 10. I was going to say that's 8. Fuck me. All right, let me see. Let me grab this real quick. Right, I still need that turret controller. Here is that thing. There it is. Thank you. Here. Probably need a camera on there to control it. Okay. Let me see. And I'm gonna need a hinge. Where is that hinge? There be the hinge. Var! Yar be the hinge. Alright, now. I'm going to do... this. 3 batteries and 1 pipe outlet. There we go. Boom. This. Nope, wrong way. Son of a bitch. All right. Would that even be allowed? Germany can really... careful. Careful with that sentence. Okay, but we did shoot ourselves in the foot repeatedly. Okay. Of course, no, I know Luftwaffe. I know what Luftwaffe means. I was just like, that sounded like a statement that might start a political conversation, which we are not going to have here. You're going to say Torton 229, I'm going to crash out. The MBB Lamperidia? If I remember correctly, bureaucracy killed it. One of the Horton brothers on the way to oversell their plane and be like, completely invisible. You know, Horton 229 was not the origin. You know what? Hold up. All right, cool. The rotor is there, and now... All right, and now I just got to mount the actual... Wonder, can I use one of the interior wall blocks to make it more ideal for this purpose? Don't diss the tornado, cries in British. Let's see, I'm gonna pull out the pipes real quick. Yes. Pipe works there. You know, another thing Germany killed, we totally weren't the nation who blocked it from export, resulting in its net negative gain. Oh no. Please hold. I'm gonna use the beam blocks here to make this a little bit more decorative. Wait, sugar bits. I can't put a camera there. I wonder, can I, Alright, let me, Alright, let's see, yeah, we'll just leave it as... Wait, why am I setting it to advanced rotors? I'm not... What the I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Please hold. I've just now realized that I don't need any of this. Using pipes for no goddamn reason. Should be using interior pillars here. Cylindrical columns, rather. Okay, that weather condition can fuck right off. No, hold up. Weather, remove, thank you. Tuesday, you will be 2 weeks away from graduation. Hell yeah. Our dilly-dallying made the British and Italians so angry they didn't want us in our 6th-gen project they're doing with Japan and South Korea. Have Blue is an even older design from 1977. And we somehow blunt force traumatized it into a fighter. Damn. Please hold. I'm going to make this a very even number. 12. I like that number. Hinge. Let's see. Believe I might need to mount. Let's, real quick, just create, like, a little mounting pylon for this thing. Sort of like a connecting point there. Just have this nice little fancy thing. Working on ground stations? Yes, Hellflanker. I'm working on a solar panel, just a solar power station for, like, planetary ops. And then I'm going to make a small drone. And then I'm going to start working on a drone carrier. Or I'm probably at some point going to swap out and go back to researching planes for the next video. Wait, hold. I can make this look way cooler. I'm just using basic blocks. What am I doing? We're fully agree with Germans to fit every few years. It's what Germans are like, are class at throwing military selection contests. Remember the P90 not being adopted thanks to MP7 skullduggery? Required to make solid foundations for buildings in SE? No, but damn, our monkey brains don't enjoy doing it. Oh, is it required to make solid foundations for buildings in SE? No, but damn if our monkey brains don't enjoy doing it. There's the proper reading of that. Now let me see, what options do I have for making this look cool as shit? Let me see. In what ways can I make this thing look incredible? No. Let me put it this way. Right now, I need at least one block on the back here to put the turret to mount the turret controller to. Although I can, for sake of argument, just mount it right here. Sweet. All right, let's get the practical shit set up first. Now, what block do I want to mount this thing to such that it looks good? Evil story again. Musashi, just like Yamato, also detonated. However, Musashi's detonation was underwater, resulting in nearly her entire midsection being ripped apart. Damn! Okay, chat, what block should we use for the top of this thing? Because I only need to mount a camera on there, but I want it to look good. So the question is... Wait a minute, I might have found an idea. Please hold. Now the real question is, can I mount solar panels to this? Yes! I can, in fact. Not gonna lie, that is kind of funny. Musashi's debris is substantially larger than her sister's. And when the Yamato went down, her turret detached and pulled sailors down with the suction force, right? Oh, yeah, it did. Oof. That is not what I would call a good time. At least not typically. Alright, now, let's see. Yamato's detonation could be seen from mainland Japan and apparently knocked a few planes out of the sky? What? That's kind of nuts. All right. How to connect to this and have a few mounted on a ship, nothing but a solar panels here? Maybe, but that's higher than my tolerance limit for clang. You know, I have a wonder. I have a wonder. I'm going to copy-paste this. I'm going to attempt something here. Please hold. Treat them with privileges. Whee. Alright, and I'll delete the other one because I don't need this one. Oh wow, I just broke everything on the way down. Cool, alright, we're good. Now, I want to see if I can mount them to one of these. I can do that, then I also get a lightning rod in here. Or rather... No, it just wouldn't fit, I don't think. Alright, so what we'll do instead is we will take the barrels from before, shove that on top of it. I'm thinking Clang Cola for when your head is hurting. Drink Clang Cola, make things break. Space Engineers with KSP physics? Oh god. Embrace the Clang cap? Never. When you read naval accounts of battles, you realize how disturbing it can be. Rather than the clinical way we view naval combat, the Bismarck's crew stuck in the mess comes to mind. I don't know. I'm afraid. Alright, wait. I just aligned that incorrectly, didn't I? Shit. I want the decoy up top, because that way it'll act as a lightning rod. Do not fear Clang, a healthy offering of goats is sufficient. Shit, you right. Excellent. Boom. So I could have just taken the same. I'm just going to take the same one. Hold up. Crew knew they weren't going to make it, so Lutyens told the Austrian, told the guy that they were going to fight until they went down. Oh yeah. I still remember how, at least from the Dogfights documentary. Okay, hold up. Well, we got an ad break coming up in a second, so I gotta run to the bathroom. I will be right back. I'm just gonna run it now. All right, we're balling. All right, solar panels are nice, but kind of bad when you can use wind turbines. I know, but for right now, I'm going for more of style points. And the last time I saw somebody did a combination of, like, I saw somebody do a combination of solar panels and wind turbines at one point, but it was absolutely jank as hell. They had, like, basically a transition point where the base part of the station was static. They would use a rotor to transition this part to the top part, like the turret part, to being, they would transition the turret part to being, like, you know, a turret, a mobile grid, so you could move the solar panels around. And then they had another one on top, another rotor that was upside down mounted that was set to a static grid, so that way you could mount a wind turbine to it. And I'm just like, how in God's name did you even build this? Sometimes people go missing. Scharnhorst used something similar when she sunk. British Naval Admiral Bruce Fraser told his fleet that if they were to sink, they should sink as Scharnhorst did, who kept firing with every gun available until it was no longer possible. Most crews never abandoned ship, they just kept fighting until they had to dip, usually got swept under by the suction too. Jeez. Okay, basically during the latter half of the battle, the bulkheads warped, trapping the crew who were sheltering from the World War II's bombardment on the ship's decks. The result was roughly 40 or 50 so crew stuck in the mess hall and would receive a direct hit from what is presumed to have been a 14-inch shell, likely from the King George. An account described coming across the aftermath, and since I don't want to get with a banhammer, I'll just say it was messy. Yeah, I believe you. I'm assuming a 14-inch armor-piercing round? Because if there was enough left to discover, assume it wasn't explosive. Lost half your drone fleet and carrier command 2 run because you panicked over air alerts trying to work the sand battery for the first time? RIP. Do some less to prep for your state comp? Alright, have fun, and I will see you when you get back. But yes, I too prefer the wind tunnel, the wind turbines. And that's how the mess hall was found painted red. Ah. Yay. Not gonna lie, like, these are cool and all. Not sure they're going to be as effective as I'd like. So, I'm wondering. Solar panels are cool. They won't be as effective. That said, I'm still gonna get most of my power generation. Well, probably going to want a lot of power generation from wind. Now that also begs a different question, guys. How should I make my base? Oh, I like that design. Hold up, I'm just going to save that. Now we're just going to design up the base, and I'm just going to call that a day, but whether or not I use it is a different story. Fort Drum is another fun battleship experience if you're loose with your battleship technology, terminology. Oh yeah, the USS No-Go, as they called it, which was stationed, I think, outside of Leyte Gulf, and was taken over by the Japanese. The army basically had to, like, pound it for hours and then send on troops, just invade the heck out of it. Yeah. Bismarck's commanders got the worst, in my opinion. Bismarck's conning tower was nailed by a 16-inch shell from RMS Rodney. Yeah. In Manila. Oh yeah, in Manila Bay. Thank you. No one really knows what happened to Lutjens for obvious reasons. If he was there when a 16-inch shell came knocking. Yeah, it's not like you're gonna find much left. Those are just gonna be liquidated. Assign camera. Let me see. Assigned rotor, assigned elevation rotor, hinge, and I'm gonna want you to follow. There has to be a way to follow the sun, right? Always aim at sun. Thank you. Oh, that was quick. Going to set the. Oh yeah, no. Azimuth velocity multiplier. I'm gonna set that to 1. No, that's not a number. Excellent. Yeah, we ball style. I like this. Now, new open floor plan, courtesy of incoming fire. Incoming fire is just the home redesigner of the combat world. It will remodel your house, your living room, your organs, and your very existence. We decided to include nature in our new floor plan. Damn. Quick fun fact, the reason Masashi and Yamato had such subpar AAA was due to how archaic its systems were. While the US had telephones, Japan used steel pipes to carry the messages. During the utter pounding the Yamatos received, these pipes bent to an extreme degree, resulting to the commanders inside the conning tower being unable to inform engine crews, gunnery crews, or AAA crews about anything. Oh. Oh, both of the Yamato ships. Okay. Alright, now the question is, how do I want to make this... How do I want to make this deck look? What decorative block do I want to use? Oh wait, I know. I keep forgetting about most of these. Let's see, inset wall. Let's just use these on at least one side of each. Boom. You can just use concrete armor blocks. I could, but that makes it look like a brick. We're going for style. Telephones inside US boats work without power exactly for shift situations? Huh. And yes, every Japanese ship had essentially what was 2 cans and a wire. That's great. Actually, I wonder. Could I use the pipes? I think I could, actually. I'm gonna do this. There we go. I'm gonna set up some piping on the sides. Hey, Cypher, how's it going? Straight one, or... I'm gonna set up a junction on one side. I'm gonna make this asymmetrical. And we're going to put those back on, and then I'm just going to set up, like, a panel of some variety to cover that up. It's going up at work, still living the dream, but it's Taco Tuesday. Nice. The Battlestars and Battlestar Galactica use the same type of phones, sound-powered phones. Yeah, that makes... Oh. Places to this very day use somatic tubes for message delivery. To think the British Royal Postal Service still does it, huh? Such gems as the Congo, that's the not a battle cruiser, I swear, bro. No, it is labeled as a battle cruiser, but it's so often talked about as a battleship. Sad Japan fact, the IJN Nagato, the flagship of the fleet during Pearl Harbor, never once fired her guns. She was the first and last flagship of the Imperial Japanese during the war, and never once fired her weapons at an enemy. Whether it was fear or something else we don't know, as her sister Mutsu did detonate after a shell was mishandled. Story about a family friend of the Coast Guard. There's one reason personal vehicles are no longer allowed on flights. He also has a story where he poured cold coffee down a comms pipe into the face of a captain due to a piece of shit shipmate playing a prank on him. Damn. That, oof. Rip. Alright, I don't want to cover up this panel here. Oh, that's perfect. That'll do nicely. Boom. Yes. Okay, please hold. Where are my stairs? There they are. Boom. Beautiful. This is going to go... Ooh, this is going to be pretty. Pristine. Excellent. All right, and now we just need railings on the back here. Nice and pretty. Now I need a straight one. Bingo! Fun fact, they recently began rebuilding their carrier fleet, so besides the cruisers' massive helipads, we might see naval F-16s out of the east again. Ooh. I don't know why, but I suddenly had that ancient PC game box flash into my head where a Lancaster was chasing an F-14. What the what? I'm going to throw another grate on here. Boom. Booyah. Now that's what I call a nice little fancified wind tunnels. Another nice little fancified wind station. Like a nice little platform there. I like that. Partial to the Arsenal ship concept? I know I've heard that like 3 times, but I keep forgetting what it is. What the fuck? Excuse me, space engineers. I didn't give you permission to unload my world. What the fuck? Did my game just crash? Okay, well, that means I'm gonna need a... Alright, so what we're gonna do, unfortunately, is that world is now screwed. So I'm going to, basically get in here, finish that print, save it, and then delete the world file. Because I just need to make a new one now. Hey, Mime Toader! Was building something too epic, clearly. And I've been reset all the way back here. Lovely, okay. Yes, alright, and... Fieldwork update? Yes! I'm trying to make some cool things. Unfortunately, the game does not want me to make said cool things and has begun yeeting me. Let me see. Yes, alright. Where the hell is it? There it is. Boom. There it is. And then we're gonna go ahead and paste on railing here. And boom. Okay, cool. Finished rebuilding it. Also, some really funny things to be done again, especially since they unpatched a really bad... What did they unpatch? Arsenal ships are very real, just vertical launch tubes. And a hybrid Ohio and Ticonderoga style vessel, I think it's from the brains of South Korea. So I guess it's supposed to be... Oh, it's a semi-submersible ship with 500 VLS tubes. Oh! Alright. right, we're gonna go ahead and save this. I'm going to yeet. And we're gonna make a new world for this because this is not working. Should mention that a battleship detonation was filmed during Pearl Harbor. A reporter on a nearby medical ship managed to capture Arizona detonating. That's what that footage is I keep seeing in all these World War II videos. Nothing beats the Soviet carrier Orel's not built lol concept of having anti-ship launch tubes on the carrier deck because the Soviets are absolutely incredible when it comes to concepts. Watch the future be drones akin to Predators, but with AKWKs, S's, and launched in swarms of 24. That'd be scary as shit. Huh. Alright, let's see. Load game. Actually, you know what the funny thing is? Because it seems I'm gonna go ahead and make a test world based on what we know, based on what I know about what the system's going, what the planet's going to be. So let's go ahead and let's see. New game. Kuznetsov also actually has those launch tubes on its cope ramp. As in the carrier launch ramp. Red Ship V2. Okay, that looks cool, but negative. Future, I want to go to Mars. Solar system. Oh, right. Oh, this might actually give me some cool ideas. The ski hop, as they call it, I think. Kuznetsov Russia's carrier has the launch tubes embedded into its ramp. What do you mean, like, embedded how? Like, sideways? Vertically? Dead Drop Arena. Alright. Let's start off on Mars here. Russia/USSR are not allowed to have carriers, so they stuck VLS tubes on them and called them missile ships. Wait, how are they not allowed to have carriers? Looks like burning aviation fuel? Yeah. Kirov-class big missile VLS tubes, but on a carrier deck inside the ramp. What the why? The Black Sea doesn't allow CVs. Oh, so it's to get around political restrictions. Like international political restrictions. Alright, time to say hello to Mars. Oh right, there is an atmosphere here on Mars, so I can technically use atmospheric shit. Nice. Alright. Let's grab that, tower. Oh, right, fuck. I need to enable admin privileges. Enable creative mode tools, invulnerable, untargetable. Ignore PC limits. There we go. Use all terminals. Beautiful. Thank you. Imagine not having admin privileges in my own world. Couldn't be me. Come on. All right, here we go. All right, and in you go. Boop. Perfect. Now we can repaint it. Kuznetsov is Ukrainian and was stolen during the Soviet collapse. Okay, that one. That is fair. That we can leave. Force restrictions only mean a damn if we get backed by force. No need to worry about flagships any longer. Kuznetsov, man, there's so much going wrong in the horseshoe theories itself and to become charming. I'm curious between the straights, so they came up with that loophole. That's funny. We met at this game. Kuznetsov is Ukrainian was stolen. Right. Ugh. Alright. So let's see. Hey, Draggy, what's up? We are building some stuff. I'm building me a solar tower at the moment. Rundown. Collapse happens because Kuznetsov is in Crimea. Majority crew says they stay in Ukraine. Remainder take ship to Russia for big bucks. That's dumb. The money people, of course. It's very phallic. Tell me, find me shit in fucking Space Engineers that doesn't, alright? It's a goddamn solar tower. Now, let me see. What was I gonna do? Right, I was gonna paint this thing. Well, boom. There we go. Makes it more stupid as Russia has no ports that can house the thing, so it's been 24/7 running its engines on cheap fuel, hence the constant system failures. Oh! Extra money makes people do stuff? Yeah. Sure it is. Internal under the ground. No. There you go. That's the whole build. At least it's not suffering the same fate as the one China. I don't even know where to start on that one. Probably just gonna not start on that one. Hold up. I need something I can use as a reference for design features. I'm gonna go ahead and create the booze. Thank you. Boom. Right, flat ground is impossible to find. I'm gonna need to build my base on stilts. Fuck, that's exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna build a base on stilts. Kuznetsov is a perfect example for everyone else how not to operate a ship. Giant crash doll in slow motion. You say that's a whole build-up. Drag him up, beat your ass. Chris, repair stuff in the pockets of the guy managing the repair. It's happened 4 times now. You stuck with you from the History of Everything podcast, but wait, it gets worse. Doing a lot of gold here because it makes sense if you're talking about like a structure that wants to resist heat. I can't make everything gold. There we go. That works. Boom. Majority of the Eastern powers is a lesson in 1, how to not operate a navy, and 2, how not to build naval ships. Do enjoy the amount of DACA though, but a bit outdated. Too much gold and it feels like you're compensating for something? Let me see. Where's my little rover? No, that's not it. That's not it either. Dune Bouncer, thank you. A trusty color template is what you're going to be. There it is. Japan is apparently fielding real... Yeah, I think you told me that last stream. Can you, like, what... How are they... Yeah, that was mentioned before. Like, how big is the railgun? How big is the shell they're firing? Like, and, like, what are they mounting it to? Chinese insistency to build large fleets out of concrete, but make them out of cheap concrete? Oh, no. That's not gonna go well. Alright. That solar tower is, I believe, finished. Or rather... Boom. I like that. Nope. Shit. That works. So, good news, my local Air National Guard base is upgrading their A-10s to F-15EXs and maybe F-35s. Ooh, that's cool. Keep these engineers away from the Dutch, or are we seeing like a flying goalkeeper on an Mi-8 body? 127mm and to the Atagos? So yeah, 5-inch, 127mm. Then some absolute maniac looks at the Russian Sea-Wiz system and goes, I can make you fly unless the MiG-27 is born, yes. Germany's latest frigate is an absolute blunder. 2 Sea-Wiz, 1 Ram, and 0 VLS tubes. It's meant for low to no intensity maritime stabilization duties. So wait, how big is the ship? So I feel like you could slap that on something the size of a Corvette. Kamov V-100 is an example of Chad's Soviet schizo builds. Guys wanted an Osprey attack heli in 1986. Like fishing? Similar to Arleigh Burke's? Yeah, it's a bit big of a ship to have so little in the way of weaponry. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and go and save this tower real quick. And then I'm going to build me a base. Probably similar in concept to this, but with like more usable space. What's the F-125? F-125 is the newest German frigate. Okay. Oof. That's how we number our classes. Gotcha, gotcha. Let's see. So that solar tower's done. Now I need... Hold up, there's ice down here, isn't there? No, this just means there's an ore spot down here. Damn. Alright, so finding ice is going to be interesting on the planet of Mars. Oh wait, look at that. I'm literally right next to the polar ice cap. Ice. Mine. Rather a polar ice cap. The Acquisitions Technology and Logistics Agency has the figures for their railgun project as a 40mm projectile weighing 320 grams. Damn. Well, these looks like some kind of odd dream. Moving at Mach 6.5. Damn. How is everybody? Hey, HPC, what's going on? I am just running around and kind of ditzing about I was making a solar panel. I was going to make a drone, but honestly, I think it's time to rotate to research because I don't know when the server is going to come up, and I don't really know what I'm going to do. If anything, I'm just gonna real quickly make like a hallway module because for like that I want to use on my base somewhere because it's gonna look cool. So real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and snap these in. This. I'm coming up with some stuff in my head. Pipes along the side walls. Beam blocks on the top and lighting as well. Jess, we gotta cook. I'm not allowed to play this game. Why not? Do you just go too hard? All right. All right, let's see. Let's make this. This is gonna be like a 3x3 hallway. Strongest torpedo, the Type 93 is a nightmare, being strong enough to split a Baltimore-class heavy cruiser in half. Jeez. That's the Long Lance, right? Was that the Long Lance? I forget. Oh, you can't play this game because you have a job, wife, and kids, so you can't commit the time. Hey, Miyamoto. Yeah, the Long Lance was scary. Let me see, what's my interior wall looking like here? Now, how do I want to design the wall point here? Actually, no, we're going to use, not that side, we're going to use this side. Come on. No, I don't want to delete it. Use oxygen as a power source and is pretty much as deadly to the Japanese as us. Oh no. Am I in creative mode? I am. The US's Iowa's targeting system, when they were modernized for Desert Storm, the US decided they don't need to upgrade the targeting system because it's already accurate enough. Hillov basically had a helicopter affinity like the Goat Sikorsky, and he would go on to make a Chinook look-alike with an epic space age look, the Kamov V-50, and would go on to make all the May helicopters and would eventually make the K-50 Black Shark. Ah, yes. I'm gonna make it daylight. It's too fucking dark out for me. Alright, now, gonna make these hallways here. Navy classic spellier. Oh, the Navy helicopters. Of course they get there faster, but if you had the A-10s loitering prior to being called up, disadvantage of travel time. Only fire stats were outrageous. Very true. Also, the gun that was designed to bust tanks, the tank buster viewpoint of it comes from the Fighter Mafia. It doesn't come. It's not because it was actually good at busting tanks. The majority of the A-10's kills against like actual like armored targets were done with Maverick missiles in Desert Storm. And the one time a A-10 gun test was done to allow it to make as many impacts as possible on a target, it only scored like 2 lethal hits. Yes, even the A-10's reputation is fucking asshole bullshit, which sucks because I love the idea of big gun go burr. F-111 and more tank kills than the A-10 in Desert Storm. Yeah, also true. The F-111 had the highest kill rate. I have seen that claim corroborated in other media. The goat tank plinker. They used a mechanical computer hit a dime 25 miles away. Bismarck and the Yamato had no chance. Damn. Japan's railgun has an equivalent kinetic energy output, if my math is right, of 795.3 kilojoules. Can somebody translate that for me into TNT equivalent? See, I want this. Hold on. How do I want to make this work? It's gonna be a wide fucking hallway. All right. Was not prepared for this. Let me... Do I want to use the floor panels? Actually, I'm suddenly not sure I do. I feel like this hallway's too wide. Hold up, I'm gonna put a symmetry line down the center here. Tillman with the Montana's barrels. The impression the countermeasure systems were suitable unless it's in contested airspace. Yeah, see, the problem is that's unless it's in contested airspace, and we're expecting everything to be exclusively contested. The idea of uncontested airspace, especially in light of a well-designed integrated air defense system, is just unfeasible. Whole design of the Montana was used for the Essex class carriers. Oh, okay. Were those the escort carriers? No, it was not. Okay. The Essex was its own class. Okay. Let me see. Why are you constantly changing your orientation on me? Alright. Essex was the successor to Yorktown. Okay. Initially, the alternative is Skywardens for the same task, which is by far more economical, but not quite the same loads carried. Initially, the alternative... Press... What the... Oh, T resets the orientation? I have not known that this entire time! Yorktown and Hornet got smoked. Meanwhile, Enterprise from the top row coming to dunk the entire IJN. The Big E! Alright. Let me go ahead and start lining up a setup here. Alright. Boom. Oh, what the hell? You're the wrong direction. What the shit? Nah. Wait. Crap. No, this is backwards. I need these to be on every other spot. Tag with it. No. Fucking... Be frustrating at times. The Sky Warden's a crop duster refit for military purpose, basically. It's some real redneck tech, and it's working. Bring back the OV-10 in that case. Everything is precision-guided munitions now, mainly small-diameter bombs. The Skywarden can carry enough, plus we can build like 6 of them for the cost of 1 A10. Yeah, and you can fit a 50 caliber Gatling gun on there if you need one. Can't stand a few times. Said he called the number of strikes on targets. He said he could always pick what... He said if he could pick what he got, it would always be an F-15. Oh, wow, really? Don't discount Yorktown either. She was out of action after the Coral Sea. And she took 3 days at Pearl to get into combat capability, and then took another 2 airstrikes to finally put her out of action, and still took a sub-ambush to finally send her to the bottom of the sea. Seeing T toggles and a rotating feature that really isn't that good. I usually build with it off because it just... Build with it off because it just slows you down. Okay. We've been talking, so as well, I might as well trust the... Oh, Jesus. King Jones class is a 14-inch quad guns were hilariously prone to failure. Prince of Wales had both of her quad mounts unable to traverse roughly 20 minutes into the fight with Bismarck. That one I knew about. As a Brit, I bite my thumb at V. Pose. Watch the Avengers get refit to launch SDBs using Link 16 data, speed up, and launch that sucker. Alright, easy. Negative. We're rolling that back. Rolling that back. Alright. How do I want this to work? The last to operate the OV-10 and they retired theirs before the 2000s? Ooh. Set wall pillar and set wall corner. Oh. Nice. All right. I'm seeing these. Ow. Hello, Felwyn. Thank you for the bunk. In fact, is that during the jump when the first ship sunk was the HMS Invincible, which got detonated. Also, considering the Montana was considered a fast battleship, considering it was nearly 100 feet bigger than the Iowas, nearing 1,000 feet. Yes, that one I did know about. I do know about the Montana, 4 triple 16 turrets instead of 3. Marines were the last to operate the OV-10. They retired theirs before the 2000s. Nope. Actively, it's a great platform to insert a 5-man team and stay on station to support. It has upgraded sensors and a turret, I believe. Sourcing that mostly because I want to see it how they run it now. But never be an Apache. There was a blue on blue where someone in this group got hit. Luckily, they survived. The A150A Japan Super Yamato with 4 twin 51cm guns? No, I do not know about that one. Alright, and there's going to be a door here, so I'm going to real quick put that in. Ooh, that's... Nope. Nope. Not what I want. This. Thank you. What the hell did they do to my boy, the offset doors? What the fuck? What do you mean? Nothing's wrong with the game. It's the door. I'm gonna double check something real quick. What the fuck? That is... What the shit? That's on you. What do you mean? Do you not have that glitch? The fuck? I swear to God, if my game updated, I might need to validate a file. That's... lovely. Recall a ship unsinkable or invincible. Test the gods of the sea. Strike at human hubris. Looking at you, White Star Line. Yeah. Oh, it went east to west after being told numerous times the run needed to be west to east. My friend was super pissed off. Bro got his door folded. Yeah. Saying is all the U.S. ships, U.S. naval ships must through the U.S. Panama Canal. Yes, that I do know about. Links, but Google OV10, that thing, at least a pair were sent over. All right, let me, real quick. All right, all right, so I'm gonna have to switch to this block here, pull this one in. NASA modified OV-10s. Japan was actually close to finishing the 20-inch naval gun. I mean, that would give it a lot of power per shot. An ice cream company called, oh yeah, yeah, we're not gonna let that word around. I don't know. Not because the quotation mark didn't recognize it, but probably gonna yeet this message cipher for the sole concept of those 4 letters. I'm not tempting the wrath of Twitch there. USS Nevada, which survived 2 nukes with the sheer spite of the sailors who lost their lives at Pearl Harbor. Yeah. All good, all good. I'm just letting you know that's why. The reason I'm letting you know that's why I'm deleting the message, because I don't hold it against you, no bad. Just the word was no. Twitch probably not be nice with that. Japan also technically had a semi-auto feature loading on the 18-inch of Yamato, hence their fast reload for the gun size. Okay. I feel like this height is too tall. I don't want these. I want this thing to cap pretty much at the 3-point line here. All right, hold on. So you totally get it. It just didn't occur to me. Just wanted to guide to sources. Yeah. I got you. Hey, Clarinet Nerd, how's it going? Along with other Russian battleships projected not built, as is the curse of the Soviet Navy, to have shorter or lower hulls as to pass through the Black Sea, as most of the damn things have to be built in the naval bases in Crimea and Black Sea and had to pass through the Strait. Let me see. Ooh, that's a cool way of doing it. Yeah, I still don't know what the fuck's happening here. That's gonna piss me off. Fully orange, I'm not lying, Google. Oh yeah, no, they painted it orange to make it a for targeting. Glass roof? No, I was thinking of having like a beam loadout on the top of it. Well, actually, hold. You're making me think. Case of nicethings.exe has stopped working. Yeah. That's so accurate to so many things. Nicethings.exe has currently stopped. Windows isn't checking for a solution to the problem because you can go fuck yourself. Anything, obviously a link don't get registered as one. I mean, I don't know. Most active LV-10s in the US are employed by Dynacorp as in the PMC. Windows 11. Master marker aircraft for firefighting work. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good idea, actually. All right, now. Wait a minute. Right, these are options. Oh, right, and they added new ones. Those new ones. Here's a wacky idea. Nah, I don't like it. Actually, hold. I'm going to continue working with what I was doing before. Windows 95 for the win. Yeah. Boots up, goes deaf. Embrace Windows Vista. Here's the thing. What I want to do is I want to stick one of these half beams down the middle. But I don't know how to get them there. There we go. Cool. Seeing a joke here. One might wonder what happened to the USS Enterprise. Unfortunately neglected for too long, her hull rusted to an irreparable degree, resulting in the USS Enterprise being scrapped. We see similar things happening with the USS Sullivans and what was happening with the USS Texas. Ah! No, the problem was that they couldn't find a city to host the ship. Oh. Right, because that probably presents a huge logistical challenge for anybody who wants to host it as well, right. Here's an idea. We're just gonna do that. Boom, light panels. It's offline for now, but let's see. Let me just throw a battery on the outside real quick and see what it looks like. Oh, that looks kind of nice. Guys, that looks kind of good. Sullivan's was a case of negligence and Texas was already due for an inspection. Will I do helicopters, like for videos? Maybe. I've been asked by my dad mentioned I didn't fix or didn't quite apply here. Oh my god. Let me see. As for helicopters and videos, I think my dad did ask me to, yeah, it looks pretty nice. My dad asked me to look at the fuck. Words have failed me miserably. The Apache, thank you. All right, now. Yeah, this looks like a real nice industrial hallway. Problem is, I would like this to have more, maybe more detailing by itself. Oh, please hold. Can I do this? That works. That covers that up. Do a video on the video. Do one on the Apache and not also one for the Cheyenne. I shall never forgive you. I will do things in whatever order I can get them. It's probably not a matter of I won't do it. It's a matter of it will take me a while to get there. Is it true about Apache pilots need to be able to move their eyes independently? Yes, it requires a lot of training and usually ends up resulting in a lot of head fatigue, like a lot of eye fatigue when they're done. You lend virtually all U.S. combat helicopters to Japan for a few weeks to get a paint job, and then you can have the kawaiiest aircraft in the fleet. God damn it. I'm going to... All right. Gonna put that there. And just be like barely out of reach. Some decorative elements here. I wish there was a way to put like grates and things over the top of it. I waited this long, I can wait longer. I have these tears, but they're happy and sad tears. I just did my last clarinet lesson with the lady I've been doing them with for the last 2.5 years, and it just feels surreal as to how close I am to graduating. Oof. Yeah. Eurocopter, Ghost Hawk. The worst part was my most Doom Guy energy ship in the entire world, in your opinion. From the infamous out of my way, damn you line, to getting bombed twice by Fritz X's and managing to limp home, and clapping the German surface fleet so hard during the Norway invasion would lead to the H-Guys' meltdown, ordering the scrapping of the German surface fleet, and they scrapped her. Damn. Needed money to hand to Uncle Sam post-World War II. Sadly, Warspite got lobbed into it. That is rough. GoldenEye movie feature that being hijacked? I have no idea. Oh, hold up. We have an update. What's going on here? All right. Oh, never mind. Okay. We're offline at this time for upgrades. Got it. Excellent. Very good. Very good. Oh, yeah. Okie doke. So the only other World War II ship that I can think of off the top of my head to match the energy, that energy, is the ORP Purun. Oh, yeah. I am a Pole. Yeah. Zombie and I said it at the same time. I am a Pole. That is awesome. Nice, nice, nice. Nice, Draggy. Okay, so we have ads in 6.5 minutes. I think when that happens, because I have already designed the interior, all I gotta do right now is design the exterior. For the most part. I might, There's gotta be some other way to break up these pipes, man. That the V2 was used a lot. You never hear about it, but it was. Oh, I feel like I vaguely remember that. Do I need tips? I would like some building advice, yes. Like, I just, like, unorthodox things to try. Be, like, a cool thing. I'm always open to new ideas because I would like to improve my building ability. Oh, yeah, I know what the 279 is. That's the Apocalypse tank is. I have trouble calling a red Italian plumber. Seeing people's confused faces when you bring up the V3. Oh, I know about the V3. Boom, boom. Boom shakalaka. Oh, here's an idea. Oh god, no, those are just giant in your face. I don't like that as much as I thought I might. Well, actually. Let me see. Boop. Oh, I have an idea. Oh, this is perfect. Yes, absolutely. The fuck? Boom. Somehow got him in the turret ring and it penned. Nice. Oh, I like that look better. Helps add the industrial to the theme here. Cap vents his pipe frustrations. God damn. Now, there's got to be other half slab-like items that I can use. Just use half slabs? I could. Let's try it and see what happens. Oh, right, I forgot to... I don't know. I liked the almost skeletal look better for the, Actually, wait, no. Return the slab. Return to slab. Reject modernity. We'll muck about with some interior design maybe later. But right now, is there any other way we can think of to improve the inner look of this hallway? Red, please. Lights, camera, action. I mean, we've got lights. Let me, just have some power added here. We gotta paint it. See, my normal paint scheme is a bit of a white, gray, and gold. Secondary tone. Oh, yeah. Where's my dune buggy? Drive. Oh, batteries are on recharge. That would be why. Oh, shit. That didn't work. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh my god. Turn. Thank you. Piss yellow two-tone. Funny enough, that's my secondary tone. Oh yeah, no, I've seen your designs. Perfection. Now, let's see. Used to have an asteroid base. Let me tell you, the lights made the docking area look like it came out of Eve. Ooh, nice. Grab my gold. You know what? Please hold. I'm going to tire a sidewall like that. You know what? Hold up. I'm gonna change the skin on the armor here. Right now I'm using the plastic armor. This can be a little darker. All right. The base gotta be Grimhex. Oh my god, yeah. Gotta be Grimhex, indeed. Fun Tiger fact, the Tiger's 8.8 centimeter was held up by hydraulics. When it got knocked out, those failed, hence why every destroyed Tiger that wasn't flipped by a battleship has its gun drooping down. Wait, there were Tigers flipped by battleships? Did the USS Texas hit some of that shit on the friggin' during the actual invasion? What? All right, so let me check something real quick. Which one do we think looks better, the clean or the sci-fi armor? Clean armor, sci-fi armor. Sci-fi, clean. Sci-fi? Do I have a second on that? The USS Texas on its way to self-flood hit the world's first naval trick shot? Yeah. There are photos of Allied troops finding them? Sci-fi for the ribs? Okay. Real quick, I'm just gonna paint everything. Then switch back to sci-fi. Oh shit, I missed a spot. I painted the wrong thing. I think I painted this light by mistake. Alright, Alright, and then you here on the floor. Excellent. Haven't found any accredited to naval gunnery, just a lot flipped by aerial bombs. Okay. I feel like I could use a little bit more gold in here, but I'm not sure how or where. I almost want to say wait, hold, please. Silver armor. Yeah, the silver for the piping helps. I think. Spring loader turns like the Russians. It'd be hilarious to watch a tiger go pop. Reminds me of how an Iron Armenian vid when a guy commented how the tiger could easily be penetrated by the USS Mississippi. To which he responded, yeah, and the Tiger isn't the pride of the German Navy, nor is the USS Mississippi sitting in some French bush waiting to clap some tiger cheeks. Hey, Virgil, how's it going? We are talking about military things. And I am attempting to design a, pulling my hair out, I've learned armor reformers mortars. This brings me joy to be a member of the holy duality of shake and bake. Please hold. I'm going to repaint that air vent because it does not make sense for that to be painted that color. I'm thinking I might also want to... Oh no. Actually, you know what? No. I have an idea here. Ace for 2 and 3 was not hard. Karmer, what did you do? What did you do? Rusty armor. Got a tongue piercing? Oh, interesting. No. Ugh, I don't like that color at all. I'm gonna put this back. There are videos of the 60cm Kalgarot firing. Ooh. Sent a vote of one of the flip tiger tanks. Cool. Oh, wait, hold on. Brain just registered. It was on like a time fuse. Jesus Christ. What fucking bomb did they hit that with? Hugs and or cuddles? I don't typically give out hugs or cuddles unless I am very, very close to somebody. So that is beyond my boundaries. My apologies. All right. Let me see. What do I want to do here with this? Favorite World War II rocket vehicles firing will always be Katyusha swarms. Yeah, Stalin's organ. Anyone know why what the psychological horror hearing those things? Yeah, it's like the Stuka siren, but Soviet. So much worse. Number one, I respect that. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Now, there we go. Tutorial doesn't give feedback on second target. I mean, come on, we even have forward observers there? Booyah. All right, let's see. I need to shape the outside of this now. I'm going to do... You know what? I might have to save the exterior decorating until after I affix this thing to an actual, station. I'm gonna need to come up with better roofing than just this. Naval strategy fun fact, while most navies fire by a turret at a time, Japan fired barrel by barrel. Yes. But wait, no, I've seen footage of the Iowa classes firing barrel by barrel. I believe it's the difference between salvo and stagger fire. All right, later, V, eat. Consume food is important. How do I want to plate the roof of my... How do I want to plate the roof on this thing? Japanese shell dye is incredible for range finding, not because it's good, but because it must have looked absolutely amazing. Want to know something? Maybe I can do this. I say I'm going to do this later, and then I proceed to do it right now. Standard cap moment. go to the ancient tome of aviation knowledge you got, you have a detailed diagram of the Harrier engine system in front of you? Ooh, send me pictures. Moonwatcher, first time sitting in on a stream, first time watching YouTube videos, learned 5 new insults and was silently crying from laughter. Hell yeah, Moonwatcher. How's it going? Welcome aboard. The War Thunder forums are calling. Like the infantry combat with support weapons in tow. Was that, are you referring to the World War I event? Or no? They nailed the sound though, it is downright scary. And if I'm working on I'm working on a station 2, so if I tell you any weird details I find out, please do. No, just general infantry stuff, think Armor Squad. Oh, okay, gotcha. Like Armor Squad. Arma I could never get into because there was too many buttons for me to figure out. So I ended up not getting into it because I couldn't work with all them buttons. That was my limiting factor, was buttons! I'm playing this on the X-Bone, know my pain. Laughs in DCS, excuse you? That's also the reason I haven't played DCS. Is because I have a stream that I owe you guys from the Spadathon for it, but I haven't typically played it because of the sheer volume of buttons. I'm just like, fuck, I cannot handle this. I have a weird idea. Well, I need to make sure the top of this is airtight first. Yeah, hold on. Let's now I need some kind of armor frame system. Honestly, this is probably the best way to do it because then I can shape it as I choose from there. You know what? I like that setup. Harrier diagram is now on the War Thunder channel. Thank you. GTA Online. Forgot they had added the F-160 Mirage. I have never played GTA. At all. Does your old console also rival a Pratt & Whitney F-119 starting up when you hit the power button? Got a few medals while I was there. The only one he talked about was the one where he said he got it fire being a flaming army ninja. He explained that to get a better view of the target he was painting, he climbed a tree. I asked why it was a flaming ninja. He explained someone fired tracers which set light to the brush next to his tree and then the tree caught fire, but he couldn't leave until the target went bang. That guy is nuttier than squirrel shit. Damn. Finish the fight. Hold up. What if, hear me out. Boom. Boom, boom. Actually, sugar bits, that wouldn't line up. Hold up. Nope. I have, done goofed a crucial detail. Did you hear the final money raise from the Cyclothon 4? Oh yeah, I did hear the money total, over $1 million, yeah. Cyclothon just hits every time. We're going to sleep considering it's 1 a.m. over here in Europe. God damn, yeah, go to sleep, Tango. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you next time. Let's see. Is there anything else I want to attempt here? Do I want to industrialize the roof somehow? Please hold, actually, now that I'm thinking about this. No, that wasn't it. What was I just thinking? I had something in my head. It wasn't the air vent, although I will pull that in if I can find it again. Where the fuck is it? There it is, Jesus. Got stuck on an F4 page of this loadouts, even if it is a little late, given you already finished these videos. Ah, yes, I appreciate it. Thoughts on an air show recently where an F-35 faced off against a modern Russian jet. I mentioned the F-35 video. Right. The air show, I believe the U.S. ended up grounding the F-35 rather than allowing it to compete. Honestly, though, I don't think I'd be happy if India bought Su-57s because given their history of cooperation with Russia and their large operating base of Russian systems, for the reasons that the F-35 hasn't been sold to any other country that has experience with Russian systems, I don't want to sell it to them for the same reason. So I would rather that India get the Su-57 rather than the F-35, even if the Russians overinflate the propaganda value. Because, as I mentioned in that video, the comparison to Russian radar systems is data that the Russians can use that I would rather they not have. India gets J-17s instead. Oh, there's a thing. That's an interesting thing. Oh, no, I can't put it there. Yeah, and that just looks weird. All right, booyah. Yep. They already backing Pakistan with their tanks? India, like, working with Pakistan? Absolutely not. India and Pakistan have been... Oh my god, guys. India and Pakistan have been, like, enemies for years. My new insult is to call people, or as a term of endearment, is chucklefuck. Oh, they're working with China. No, India hates China. They've been clashing over the Himalayan mountains recently. All right, so I think this is going to be a good hotel module. I mean, a hotel hallway module. On the border for the XXX time? I have no idea. I'm going to go ahead and delete this for now. To rename this whole thing, hallway module. And I'm going to save this. I'm going to I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to hit the bathroom. I'm going to grab some food because my stomach is growling at me. And then we're going to come back and we're going to do some plane research, aka looking at the plane for this week. So, I'm going to real quick drop the BRB screen. We're going to be out for a bit, and then I will see all of you guys in a bit. So, be right back. All right, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Oh. Alrighty. Alright, so now I think it is time to do me some research. And by research, I mean, oh. Did I leave these up in the background the whole time? I fucking did. Alright, perfect. I don't even need to reopen any of my windows. Let's, double check something here. Just setting up all the sources so everything looks right. Boop. Alright. Okay. Before I actually go in... Oh, wait, shit. Well, I guess I'm here now. Fuck it. I'll put that away for right now. But for says I'm gonna eat some food, and then we're gonna do the research. Do the researching. So let me go grab a soda real quick. Was honestly debating if I want to treat myself and grab a beer instead. I haven't had a beer in a while. I don't like drinking beer. It both lowers your testosterone levels and, you know, gives you extra carbs, so it's extra weight you gotta process. Oh. Huh. Well, yeah. Good Lord. All right. Yeah. Heard of Alcoholics Anonymous, ripped to my Iranian friend who is in here tonight. How much you want to bet he just shows up randomly? He's like, hey, been here the whole time. One of the reasons I drink hard liquor, that and beer makes me sick. Ooh, that's not good. Oh boy. Shit. Fuck. IPA tastes like dirty gym socks. Jesus. Don't tell my dad that. He loves his IPAs. When drinking, bonus points for playing glorious Slav entertainment in the background. See, no, my preferred drink is bourbon. But, I don't know. I don't feel like drinking my bourbon tonight. Just haven't had one in a while, I think. But what if Kraken rum? What is Kraken rum? Actually, chat, what is your favorite alcoholic drink? It could be a beer, it could be a specific brand of beer, it could be a specific mixed drink. Tell me. Sex on the Beach, not bad. I've had one of those. That was really nice, actually. Waiting for next paycheck to buy an $80 bottle of bourbon? Nice. What bottle of bourbon are you looking at? What bottle of bourbon are you looking at? What is it? No booze for you, stupid epilepsy meds? Yeah, I suppose. That's rough. Paper planes are fun for a mixed bourbon? It's called Flair. Okay. Land Farewell. I can't tell if that name has a typo in it or if that's actually how it's spelled. Haven't tried beer before. Paper planes? What is paper planes? Is that a mixed drink? But it's basically Caribbean rum with dark chocolate and it goes hard. Unfortunately, it's not something easy to buy locally. Okay. Oh, Paper Planes is a 4-year aged bourbon? Damn. It's spelled Land Farewell. It's Welsh. Okay, how do I pronounce it? Distillery Ainsley Dry Gin, your beloved. Oh, you want to know something I learned about alcohols? Is that some alcohols can only be, are registered as national items. So if you make something like it from outside the country, it has to be called something else. Like, the French are the only ones who can make champagne. Everywhere else, it's sparkling wine. Like, and America, apparently, is the only country that can make bourbon. Paper Plane is a summertime mixed drink that uses bourbon. Ooh, what's in it? I'm always up for more bourbon cocktails. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Tell me more about some of these drinks you like. If I haven't heard it before, tell me more about one. What's in it? 3/4 ounce bourbon, 3/4 ounce Aperol, 3/4 ounce Amaro, Nonino Quintessentia, 3/4 ounce lemon juice, freshly squeezed. Huh. Interesting. I can tell good wine by smell, so I guide others to a treasure I cannot possess. Red Skull meme. Like, that sucks, but, like, also that's kind of funny. The way you've raised it, exactly. Of course, the best drinks are had in good company, preferably with cards on the table and nice... God damn it. Also, famous Grouse goes hard. Wait, what does he do? Wait, is it... Wait. Grouse drinking. Does the next video include dissing of the Fighter Mafia again? No, because it is European. The only Grouse I know of off the top of my head is in the Russian Badger crew. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting tired. Famous Grouse is Scotch whiskey. Ah, thank you. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting a little tired of having to deal with the fuck. I forgot what I was gonna say. Moving on. There is a malt called Dragon's Milk. Interesting. I see the image. I did. Hey, now, gin is all right. Dry Gordons are a staple on my weekends. Nice. A fellow evil gin enjoyer. When your furry friends remind you that is a thing, God help us. I didn't even process that until you said that. I was told to never give men scotch because of cancer risk compared to normal alcohol. That's an interesting question. Hold up. Cause a higher risk of cancer. All kinds of, here's a Center for Disease Control. All kinds of drinks that contain alcohol increase the risk of cancer. Drinking less alcohol is better for your health than drinking more. So, I don't think it matters. How much did I hate that plane? It looks like an Su-75 fucked an F-35. It's legit all it is. Alrighty. However, if I do end up having a beer for the evening, that I'm probably going to get it from one of the ones with a bottle in it, and that means I get to use my preferred bottle opener, which is a 50 caliber shell with the gash cut in it for bottle opening. It's my favorite. It is. I love it and I hate it. same. Sabering a beer can. Oh, actually, guys, what's your favorite bottle opener or alcohol accessory, if you will? What is your, if you have one, what is your favorite one? And how did you get it? For me, the 50 cal opener was also a pen. I got it from an art fair when I was in college. Basically, when we had retreated from a hurricane because I went to school in Florida. Evil gin is the historic term of phrase for gin in English. For history nerd moment, basically, gin was one of the staple drinks in England available to all during the Industrial Revolution. As the old wives' tale goes, it's healthier to drink gin because the water was so polluted. But alcoholism was in Victoria-era England paramount to sin, henceforth the evil gin. Ah! You have a freaking spent Gout 8 shell as a bottle opener, and you keep it on display while making jokes about phallic objects. Got one that is a 1911 that says, I don't call 911. Jeez. Wait. No. I said alcohol accessory. It has to be related to how you, like, something you drink a beer with. Like, how you open a bottle or, like, hold a bottle or can, or something that you have, like, with a glass or, like, I don't know, like a coaster. How is an M1911? How is a Colt 1911 an alcohol accessory? I don't think I want to put alcohol anywhere near you. Yes, I too drink with a 1911. Yeah. Oh, you want one, but you don't have it. But I do have a jar full of bottle caps in case Fallout fans, because Fallout fan, and preparing just in case. That's what it is. It's a bottle opener. You are crazy for opening your beers with a fucking pistol round. Damn. All right. Back in the olden days when people used to drink wine because it was more pure than water directly from the well, here I thought you just didn't like the company. And the wives' tale holds truth as there were cases in Liverpool as a case study of milkmen lacing their milk in order to sell more to the city. One such filler was arsenic, which is how we know because it would kill people. Wait. How would lacing their milk help them sell more? Oh, it's shaped like a 1911. I thought it was a 1911. More fluid, more milk to sell? What? How? 20mm shell back at home, found in Pendleton as a hike to cut it a notch to it as a bottle opener. I mean, I thought arsenic would kill damn near instantly. How do you sell more milk by killing people? I'm so confused. The economics do not make sense. Functional stuff in the IMI Galeel's integrated bottle opener. One fact that isn't talked about enough is that during the Wild West, people drank a ton of champagne. That is because you could audibly hear the bottle open and know that no one had tampered with the bottle beforehand. Interesting. You use the same amount of milk to fill more bottles. Oh, by adding arsenic liquid? The Coke and Coca-Cola, yeah. Some reason, people couldn't stop drinking Coca-Cola. It wasn't just the sugar addiction. You know what? You're not wrong. Except I didn't realize that arsenic had addictive properties. Hey, Joe the Bro. Yes, we are going to be talking about airplanes pretty soon. I'm just having me some dinner, and then I'm going to probably grab myself a drink, and then we're going to talk planes for the week. Like how old and shady bakers would make their flour stock last longer by mixing in sawdust? That's disgusting. Man, I love this Coca-Cola so much that it starts shaking when I don't drink it after a while. My mom doesn't really drink, but we cook with alcohol, so we have anything from rum and cream to mint to rice wine, at least 5 different types of red and white wines for different recipes. Yeah, see, that I know. Yeah, absolutely. Wines make really good, like, sauteing sauces, I think. Like, if you put them in, like a frying pan, and, you can mix it in with, like, some butter and some other things, and it makes a really nice, it makes some nice sauces. God damn it. I'm gonna have to heat that one. None of the phrases for the drugs. Where did the Sudden F-16 and FA-18 videos come from? Loved them both? Hell yeah, I'm glad you like them. But yeah, FA-18 was last week, F-16 was this week, and now I'm gonna get ready to move on to other planes. So this week we are gonna be doing something French. So, give me just a moment to shove this piece of meatloaf in my mouth. Hold up. Red wine reductions are fantastic. Oh, yeah. F-16 and F-18 is why I'm here. Cap just couldn't stay out of my YouTube feed, so I got the hint. Mirage or Rafale? But do the Super Hornet? The Super Hornet's gonna be another day. I miss the videos of you ripping apart other aircraft like a scrapper's yard. Oh yeah, there's gonna be more Russian stuff coming, and we will go back to those days. They will return, believe me. But the Super Hornet, the reason I split up the Hornet and Super Hornet is because I feel like I've been talking about American planes for way too long. So it's time to both talk about other things and then rip and also go back to ripping into some Soviet shit. And yes, I have like 20 plus bottles of stuff. They're all different. Damn. But yes, Commander Dart knows. I mentioned it last stream. We're going to be talking about the Mirage 4 today. And I already have the notes. And the story of the Mirage 4 starts with the Suez Canal crisis. SU-25T, yes, shameless, but that pod, though. The day Slice posts a video on Super Hornet will be the day we've all been waiting for. The day Slice starts becomes a true War Thunder player and leaks military documents. I'm not gonna leak shit. It's not my thing. The MiG-23A with wings that can't exceed 3 Gs is shaking in the corner. Just a moment. Using DCS for some of my videos? No, because I'm not familiar with DCS. Like I have the game. I have played it before. But I played it before, but I couldn't master all the buttons, so I've been using War Thunder for the most part. The Mirage, aka the Flying Dorito. Early variants for the earlier models, they fixed it later down the line, but the MiG-23A had the issue. Hold up. God damn it, now I gotta go fix that note. That the photo is close to what mine looks like. I just won't call 911 on the side. Alright, hold up. Oh, hold up. Shit. A variant was fixed later. Cool. Alright. Mirage, keep the Flying Dorito. I cannot into English tonight. The Blackburn Buccaneer and the Panavia Tornado on the to-do list? They're there. I don't know where I wrote them down, but they are here. I write down the British. Yes, Buccaneer, Vulcan, there's the Lightning. I gotta put down the Jaguar and the Panay to be a tornado. Most of my notes are in my head. I kind of know what planes I want to talk about. I just drops a 500-pound bomb on the Yamato. Oh yeah, I totally get you then. DCS is a game where you gotta know what's what and where it's best to have hotels set up. Oh yeah. Oh good, Night Shield, welcome aboard. We be cooking. Be the A variant to avoid confusion? I mean, it could be. I'll figure it out. If I say A, I'll just think MiG-23A. I know how my brain works. My shorthand is mostly framed around how my brain operates. Oh, I see it. My room just started shaking, so you looked outside and found a 2-ship flight of C-130s flying overhead? Nice. That's cool. All right. I finished my food. I'm going to run this upstairs, grab me my bottle opener, and come back down here. And then we will begin cooking through what I've already discovered in the Mirage 4. All right. Goddamn. Go eat dinner, then hit the gym. All right, do that, Night Shield. Do better than me and stay and go to the gym. Can't fly a plane without knowing how to fly it unless it's arcade flying. I understand not all people grasp flying and such, and I keep to arcade flight games. I mean, I understand flying, kind of, but, like, mentally, I have a lot of trouble working the controls. Like, I have a pair of rudder pedals and a joystick. But, it's not a HOTAS. All right. I'm gonna put the fucking Sprite off to the side. It's time to drink something real. Nice. All right. That's a wake up. I like it. Okay. So I had to figure, so I realized there was a lot of documentation, or at least from what I've found so far, saying that the idea of the Mirage 4 started basically when the French wanted nuclear power for some reason, because they believed that the United States wouldn't come to help them in the event that they actually got attacked, or in the event they had to perform operations. There was a possibility the U.S. wouldn't actually, reinforce them. They weren't taking the chance. That concept comes from the Suez Canal crisis. So I was looking at how the hell that happened, and now I've got like an entire fucking chunk of the video that's going to be about the Suez Canal. So basically what I've got so far, Brain Off equals Ace Combat / Project Wingman. Brain On equals DCS Falcon BMS Elite Dangerous Star Citizen. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Airbase on us, so cool planes fly overhead all the time. Ooh, nice. Literally shake things off the walls when it flew over. I mean, yeah, 29,000 pounds of thrust and engine will do that to a gamer. Given what we've learned about gun stabilization within tanks, how long before we integrate barrel stabilization technology and maybe even AI counter motion balancing to improve infantry rifles, more or less an aimbot for the U.S. military? I don't think it would come from like gyro stabilization, because that would require them to mechanically fix the means of actually aiming the gun, which you can't do without hardwiring into the brain. What you can do, though, is what they're already getting, which is the like advanced scope that the Army wants to put on all of its infantry weapons, which basically takes into account windage, air pressure, conditions, Coriolis effective required, range finds. It also has the ability to highlight targets inside of it, so that way when somebody designates a target, everyone else sees it. That is an aimbot, and it comes with wall visibility hacks. My teachers for years have been trying to get me to write short stories, and when I told them I was writing a book, they flipped out and thought I was lying, but after showing them that I already completed one page, they just started laughing. What do you mean? Laughing in a good way or laughing in a bad way? So real quick, Suez Canal. So what I've gotten so far is I'm kind of meshing together some sources here. After World War II ended, the Suez Canal, basically, which is in Egypt, was the primary means of connecting the post-war remnants of the British Empire to all the overseas colonies they had left, and it was also their primary means of getting oil resources. So this was one of their main checkpoints for actually getting things into their country that they needed to continue being what was left of their colonial nature. Good way, because you were finally writing and not some half-assed way? Nice. But, so yeah, the Brits and the French, that was their primary means of getting things like oil and stuff. And to make sure they control this region, the British had several bases in the Suez Canal, per an agreement with the Egyptian government, that the Egyptians decided to back out of 5 years ahead of schedule, because basically they had asked for US and UK funding to help construct a dam, and the end cost of that project ended up being $1 billion US. So what they ended up doing was, unfortunately, Egypt decided it was getting friendlier with Czechoslovakia and the Soviet Union. Czechoslovakia, which was still communist at the time because it was part of the Warsaw Pact. So the US didn't like that very much. The US and UK pulled out of the deal to fund their dam, and Egypt didn't like that very much. So they basically started encouraging a bunch of issues and stoking problems. Then the king was overthrown by a military coup, and basically they put enough pressure on the British to convince someone to withdraw until they seized the Suez Canal Company and nationalized it. So basically they took... Guys, we need to stop using the war crime word in chat. I know what you mean, but like, Twitch no likey. Let me see. I was just thinking. So yeah, so they nationalized it, which is, I'm going to say, is just a fancy way of saying, hippity hoppity, this is now our property. Soviet anthem plays. Like, so they took it, they nationalized it, and they now control the Suez Canal. I thought you were talking about the Panama Canal? No, the Suez Canal in the Middle East. Suggestions, troopers. Remember OPSEC. Yes, appreciated. The Geneva suggestion gun. That goes much better. Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about. I saw the Fed Electrician video on that. What is it, the XM29 or whatever it was? Until America realized, oh, wait, we can't use this because somebody realized that it was technically counted as an exploding bullet against the Geneva Convention. They were like, ha ha, no, we can't have this. Get rid of it. Checklist if you're Canadian. Yep. Where are my Canadian viewers at? Having checked your sources, Zombie, are you in the guild Discord? Because I would like... If you are you in the guild Discord? Because I would like you to DM me the links or those sources, because I would like to know where you found. I would like that information. 1.5 in the pre-production model class is the Type 1 wing. Type 2 had 2 generations. The first one having 5 G resistance, later have 7.5, and it was a standard for the export and standard MiG-23s. Then the Type 3 would go on to be the MiG-27's ring and be the straight for the ground attack, with the parental Type 4 being used the MLT. Wasn't available for export and at 8.5 Gs. Okay. It says Shreveport is a world record going through the Suez Canal, and my father was on it when it happened. What do you mean the world record is in the world record of the biggest ship to go through the Suez Canal? Oh yes. Fastest time. Oh. Interesting. Let's see. So, yeah, basically, Egypt seized the Suez Canal. British and France then proceeded to shit themselves because they were like, crap, now they can lock down the canal and steal us from, So the canal is, they were like, crap, now they can stop us from getting oil and stuff, which we kind of need. And so they were like, fuck it, we're gonna make they tried to do diplomacy. Diplomacy didn't work. They got a flash order, aka going into combat, and they hauled ass through the canal. It doesn't sound impressive, but moving above 5 knots in restricted conditions is asking to be the Ever Given before the Ever Given. My school started to make everyone watch a video on DUI not to drink while driving. Yes. Yeah, don't drink and drive. It's not good. As long as we've had more than 30C before, so that's well above that. Yeah, don't drink and drive. Not optimal. Me drinking and streaming, that's fine. You guys drinking and driving, not okay. I'm not as thick as you drunk I am. That's great. But yeah. So here's the plan. I had to pull some of my regulars aside to ensure they didn't grab a wheel, dum-dums. God. So, here is the thing. So what basically happened with the Uno reverse card? So words have failed me already. So Egypt just seized the Suez Canal from Britain and France and the Anglo-French company, the Suez Canal Company. So diplomacy doesn't work on getting it back. So they're like, crap, we might have to take this thing back by force. And they called it Operation Musketeer. So what they did is Britain and France teamed up with Israel to create a false flag attack that would give them the justification to go in with UN support. Basically, they were going to have Israel go in, invade Egypt, and advance towards the canal and stop about 10 miles short. The British and the French would then pretend to be the good guys and be like, you can't do this, and they would go in and basically use that as justification to intervene and enforce a UN peacekeeping resolution. This made America very angry as it was behind their back. No, the official reason that I'm finding on paper was that it gave the Soviet Union more ground to spread communist influence in the region, and it did, and that's what Eisenhower was afraid of. So they put pressure back on the British and French after they went in and landed early and took back the port, which it seems like they did without UN support. They just said, hey, we don't like this. This is a problem, and we're going in. So they would go in, and they would basically take control of the Suez Canal. Didn't Israel try to rope in the U.S. with the USS Liberty? When was that? For the Suez Crisis? I have no idea. America went in dry. But yeah, America was like, we're not helping you with this. And so the funny thing is, the Soviet Union was basically threatening rocket attacks against London as and putting intervention into the region. This is during a period of American expansionism and an effort to curb communism spreading. Yes. So the Soviet Union was threatening rocket attacks against Britain and intervention in the region. The U.S. was in the United Nations sponsoring a bunch of resolutions. It was sponsoring a bunch of resolutions, and they were like, no, this is a bad idea. We don't want this shit spreading. What the fuck are you doing? And basically said, we're not helping you. And they basically, the US and the USSR effectively joined forces to stop Britain and France from taking over this canal. And eventually it was given back. It was eventually they withdrew. Israel would withdraw, and Egypt would be giving. Egypt ended up leaning a bit towards the Warsaw Pact countries. Yes, it did, which is why the US and UK refused to fund building their dam, which is why they decided to take over the canal, so they could use the tolls and payments of using it to fund the creation of the dam. That would have cost a small country's defense budget worth of money that they were no longer getting funded externally. So Egypt decided to serve Egypt's interests and decided they weren't cooperating with the British and the French anymore. So the British, the French, got roped in the Israelis, set up basically a false flag attack to try and bait the UN into supporting them so they could take that shit back. And, yeah, America and the US, well, the US and the UN basically said, colonial power bullshit, knock it off, and basically put the pressure on them until they pulled back. And Egypt was later given sovereignty over the canal, and the British and the French, like the British, ended up going into major oil rationing in the 1957. In 1957, they went into a huge degree of petroleum rationing because of the cutoff that came from the Suez Canal. Let me see if I can find that source here. Here it is. Yes, here we go. What Britain had hoped to prevent by the actions in November 1956 had actually succeeded in guaranteeing. Egypt maintained control of the canal with the support of the United Nations and the United States. The canal was closed to traffic for 5 months by ships sunk by the Egyptians during the operations. British access to fuel and oil became limited and resulted in shortages. Petrol rationing was introduced in December 1956, lasting until May of 1957. Under huge domestic pressure and suffering ill health, who is this? Prime Minister Anthony Eden resigned in January of 1957, less than 2 years after becoming Prime Minister. And this ended up tanking the popularity of the Conservative government in Britain at the time. Casually remembers why the MiG-15's engines were so good. 10 out of 10 government bra moment. The UN was a real force, now it's just token police, but better armed to remind everyone they calm the fuck down or else after about 8 radio calls of the chain. And this is why soft power is so damn useful. No, yeah, and here's the last bit. As Eisenhower had feared, the Suez Crisis also increased Soviet influence over Egypt. Khrushchev's intervention on the side of Egypt placed the Soviet Union as the natural friend of the Arab nations. It emboldened Arab nationalists and spurred the Egyptian president, Gamal Abdel Nasser, to aid rebel groups seeking independence in British territories across the Middle East. So yeah, a lot of British. So there became a lot of British Independence Days came from this. So yeah, I won't be talking about most of those because they're not pertinent to the aircraft in question. But basically, why not hard power? Where there's a whip, there is a way. The question then reminds with or without. Never mind. Yeah, no. Shades, can you elaborate a little more on what you mean by soft power? I don't think I've heard the phrase. Few million for a dam versus a freaking war. Yeah. What is soft power again? Yep. But yeah, so basically this was where the French got the idea that in the event that they were actually having to deal with the United States, like if they got into a war with, for some reason, if the Soviet Union attacked or a nuclear power attacked them, there was a possibility the United States might not help them. Soft power equals non-war coercion forces to get another nation to comply with other demands. The British, I assume they probably tried that first, and they just didn't do that because they say diplomatic means, but they don't specify what that means. The British could have easily structured themselves as the benevolent victor by coming in to help reestablish people's lives, spent that few million to build that dam and had the Suez Canal and a great trading partner instead. Examples: investment in projects within the nation or trade restrictions. We'll reestablish people's lives, spent that few million to help build that dam and the Suez Canal and a great trading partner instead. I think the reason that they didn't was because of the time. Like they said, they were doing it to try and curb Soviet expansionism. But yeah, when we think about it out loud, the best way to have curbed Soviet expansionism would have been to commit that investment anyways. And been like, hey, well, at the time, the British were still the empire and we're feeling slightly wounded. Yeah. Yes. So basically, the Mirage 4 came from that belief that if they were going to get into an actual nuclear fight, they weren't going to get support from the United States, and so they decided to have their own nuclear force. And thus they decided to have a bomber that could do it, and so they would base it off of the then still in development Mirage 3. So basically they decided to make it bigger, throw in a second engine, and they wanted it to do at least like 1,000 kilometers of its journey at supersonic speed. So the Mirage 4 ended up becoming the only aircraft in Europe, or the first aircraft in Europe to hold Mach 2 for more than 30 minutes. If not the only one. I don't know if there was the ability to do that. Hold up, whoa. Where I have it. Only European aircraft that can maintain Mach 2 for 30 minutes safely. Yeah. The Mirage 3 could only hold it for a few minutes. The 4 could hold it for half an hour. Told the sound barrier to fuck off, exactly. Basically comply, we take away your toys and projects. This often causes secondary effects which is detrimental to populations of the country being exercised power of. Examples including access to markets, tariffs, or threat of military force without actually doing it. Yeah. Have it for long. I'm just gonna... And the US. So they basically took this thing, they gave it a recessed bomb bay for a nuclear weapon, developed their own nuclear program pretty much from scratch as a result of this. They originally wanted to build a bigger one, but it would run on American J-75 engines, and they didn't want to rely on anyone else for their own nuclear program. So they ended up going with the Mirage 4A, which became the actual Mirage 4, instead of the Mirage 4B, which would have been bigger and possibly faster and carry more payload. But, because they didn't want to rely on American stuff. And so the project ended up getting delayed, or at least it was very extensive. I think it actually entered service on time, despite the fact they had to develop a lot of, despite the fact they had to develop a lot of the infrastructure and the equipment and manufacturing for a lot of those parts of the aircraft from scratch. Supposedly there were 300 companies in France involved in making the Mirage 4. This plane basically jolted France's industry into existence for the first, like, I would honestly say this plane brought France back to life after World War II. Also, I'm probably going to do a bit of comparison to the B-58. Because the, America's Dorito bomber was unable to carry conventional ordnance. The French one could. And it was also later retrofitted for recon and then throwing nuclear cruise missiles, which was originally considered as a retrofit because the Mirage 2000... the Mirage 2000 was delayed, and they were planning on using that to launch the ASMP nuclear cruise missile. So they modified the Mirage 4s to do it into the Mirage 4P. The French's willfulness to stay independent if they have to is often mocked, but the line of thought is sound if you wish to remain free from external factors. Yes. And there's a lot of predictions about future economic states of the world going forward, but it feels like, but one of the things I've commonly heard is that because of the French's decision to remain borderline autonomous and keep to themselves, has basically given them a position in which if interconnectedness falls apart, they stand to gain a lot more by way of the fact that they will lose a lot less. And so arguably that mentality is going to serve them very well in the next couple of decades. But yeah. It was going to be a one-way airplane, even with its massive range. But, yeah. It could actually carry external fuel tanks, which is nice. And could carry, countermeasure, and ECM pods on outboard underwing pylons. Had nearly 3 times the fuel of the Mirage 3, and they would still carry internal fuel in the wings while they were still thin, but they would also have tanks in the leading edge of the vertical tail, which, if I'm not mistaken, I don't believe was an innovation that was seen again until the Panavia Tornado. Oh yeah, and this plane was pretty much how the French determined their first strike deterrence policy. They said that if they want the enemy to take their deterrence seriously, they would basically have to just nuke 10 cities. That was their plan. They knew they probably wouldn't be able to stop. Let's be honest here, if they decided to engage them directly, 10 cities is nothing. But I mean, here's the thing though, if one side started shooting nuclear weapons, the other side would take exception to it and probably throw nuclear weapons. So, the way I have it written down is the only thing more dangerous than 2 people who can end the world at the drop of a hat is someone who will just drop the hat. So, in that sense, the first strike deterrence policy kind of makes sense. Mutually aided destruction, exactly. Actually, I'm going to write that down. Thank you, Joe the Bro. I appreciate it. If you're okay with me writing that down, I would like to add that to the video. Good? Sweet. I appreciate it. Yeah. That's one of the things that I'm starting to like streaming like doing research and stuff because chat helps me come up with lines. The difference between aided and assured in this case, there fucking isn't one. France isn't going to kill the planet, they're just going to help everyone else do it. Also, there's also the idea that if if the Soviet Union were to launch nuclear weapons against France, they would also be attacking a member of NATO, and that would Article 4. So, at the time, at least. Eventually, the funny thing is, France would actually pull out of the NATO military structure. Eventually, I think in 1966. Article 5, thank you. Splicing in the groundskeeper Willie cheese-eating line at some point? Wait, what? The meme served me right. The joke was East Germany invaded West Germany and France nukes West Germany. No, that's exactly what the plan was. France's most likely intention was the ability went along with the aided destruction. Exactly. The idea was France would nuke, like, at least part of something that I've seen is that it was more likely that France would nuke targets invading Germany from one side to the other while they were still in Germany. But they would nuke them while they got into West Germany. Article 4 is meetings in preparation for Article 5, which to say they are planning the picnic in the East. I'm gonna turn the other side into a fucking picnic. Troopers putting for an idea here. All extra spicy weapons get a designation of GS unless you're Canadian. Then you are free to use GC for all your spicy ideas for what to stock at Lockmart. That is all. I would do the full quote, but it can be easily taken out of context. You can search up the clip. It's pretty famous even among other Simpsons memes. You should definitely play. Maybe a later time. That's a conversation for another time. Can you paint Swordsman? Can you put that in either memes or not safe for work memes and ping me, depending on where you think it should go? And I will, like, basically be like with reference to what we were talking about so people know. So that way I can find it and write it down. Because it sounds like it might be helpful, but I'm gonna need to But not safe for work memes, appreciated. Yes. All right, Eisenhower in the U.S. opposed the Anglo-French application of force. At least the de Gaulle airport is nice, but a lack of good places to eat. Does it not have a whole lot of food places? All right, I see it. It was terrible. Last meal out there was a freaking McDonald's. I mean, to be fair though, McDonald's in France. To be fair though, McDonald's in Europe is held to higher standards than McDonald's in America. At least I think. At least in most places that I'm aware of. All right. Would give who they had withdrawn from the region what to call food here in America frightens Europe. Oh yeah. Can confirm that those portions were definitely smaller. That's also true. God, you guys are making me want to like DoorDash cheap French fries. I had a craving for that this fucking morning too. It's weird. Good news that the majority on the menu is locally sourced except the soda. That's nice. Oh, bitch, me too. Oh, fuck. Do not do that? What do you mean, do not do that? I mean, granted, it's expensive as balls. Hold up. Now I'm looking at it. I want to see exactly how much it would cost. You know the old local formula of caffeine, taurine, guarana, and wormwood? Oh, God. All I had to watch was the movie Super Size Me. Nope. Oh, yeah, no. I watched Super Size Me in high school. It was interesting. So, like, I don't order fast food a lot. Damn. Frozen fries cook at home and is almost as good in a fraction of the price. That's true, but I don't have frozen fries, and I'm looking for them now. That's the problem, is I want them now. Yeah, it's probably not worth it. I'll put that shit away. Delete. There we go. Move item. There we go. Alright. Don't let our tangents distract you too much. Nah, they're good. I know certain cheese that are made out in Sardinia that are not legal, but people still eat them out in Europe, so no, I'm sure they can handle it. It's just they're real that red dye 211 7.36 is not a food? Aren't that cockroach blood with a few things in it for red? I'm sorry, what? What the hell do you mean there's a red dye that is made primarily of cockroach blood? I'm gonna require some fucking elaboration. Stat. You wish it was that natural? Oh. I suppose. Huh. Crushed beetles, not cockroaches? Oh, yes. Not a cockroach, but a type of beetle. Let me just check my bullshit here. They eat cactus. Okay. Oh, you're talking about the dyes from ancient Egypt where they would crush up certain bugs to create colored dyes for textiles and so forth. Oh, okay. Red 40 is petroleum-based. Snails. Hey, Serge. My people, is that why purple was such a big deal for the Romans? Snails are hard to find. Wait until people hear where purple came from and that it wasn't produced at snail's base. That was bad. To be fair, I recently made a bunch of calligraphy ink from crushed dried rose petals steeped in vodka and then slowly strained free, and added other essential oils so that it is now quite a lovely crimson color. Sounds really cool. Okay, you want to know something? Calligraphy sounds really fucking cool. So if I see red vodka lying around, I might get a rose-scented breath. I'll include a fountain pen the next shipment I send your way, a simplistic one, but they're a great way to practice and a nice intermediate step. Yes. That might be nice. I'm not gonna lie, I'm sitting here looking at the Mirage 4 stuff, but I pretty much have all the research done that I think I'm going to use that tells me everything I need to know for the most part. So I kind of want to go back into Space Engineers. What do you guys think? We can keep talking more about the Mirage 4 and other things. All right. What are we thinking? Any preferences? Flying demands sacrifices, yours or theirs. In the color red, you see it maybe a slight warning about cinnamon content, or does color way. Conversation nearly got derailed from Dassault things. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind doing this later. I reviewed the concept, and that means I had the time to talk through my ideas a little bit and recite the knowledge, which helps me make sure that if you can take something you learn and then recite it back to people, that's like the best way to remember it. Is if you can take what you learned and then teach it to somebody else. And I daydream about doing that all the time, which is how I remember so much shit. Is I take something I find is interesting and I'm just like, hey, and I just imagine myself telling myself a story. So yeah, this helps me make sure I've got everything nailed down. What I got for the families is really... What? What do you mean? Clang for the Clang throne! Oh, the Mirage families is really service. That's gonna be separate. When I get to the Mirage 3, that'll be a separate thing. Saying information aloud is a wonderful way to remember it. Yes! And the other thing is, because of my maladaptive daydreaming, I daydream out loud. So it works both ways. I'm not just daydreaming about teaching it, I'm daydreaming about teaching it and giving a speech off the top of my head at the same time. And for some reason, things work out a lot better when they come off the top of my head in my own headspace than they do when I'm trying to make it stick in practice. I just want to check something real quick. Jesus. What's crazier is all the aircraft that essentially... We're not sorry. God damn it. All the aircraft that essentially come from the Mirage 3 designation. Something interesting was when you're teaching other people about topics, you often discover a few things along the way and really get the noggin jogging. Yes. Explain, demonstrate, guide, enable. Oh. Mirage 3 designs. Look, I need to check something real quick. Is there... I'm going to continue my game real quick, but I'm going to jump up into orbit and spawn a planet because I need to check something. Startup might be a little more difficult because the server is going to start on Europa. F10. Let me see. Entity list, planets, Europa. Oh my god. Why is my mouse sensitivity rigged up so high? What the hell is happening here? Weather? No, that's economy. Fuck that. Why is my mouse... Oh, control scroll wheel is mouse sensitivity in spectator mode. I did not know that. All right, so this is Europa. This is my concern. This is the planet we're starting on. I'm gonna control space myself here for a second. Yeah, the only thing you're drilling here is ice. For a while. I don't know if there's anything... Europa with the same inflection of one with the Greek celebratory name, celebratory of Opa, of Europa. I have no idea. What do you say, Europa? The Mirage 3 had so many designs that came off of it. The experimental V-stall variant, the M1, the F1 series, the Mirage G series. It's crazy. Oh yeah. I have that issue too, but most of the time it's because I'm laughing too hard to hold my phone straight. Ice for the ice god. Always gotta have ice for margaritas. Yes. But when you're trying to build your existence, all right, double checking something. All right, cool. SE sincerely needs to be ice-cooled drills in other systems. Come on. I mean, come on. Like drills that drill faster. All right. Let me double check this. Faster drills and super cooled batteries. Oh yeah. Oh, what's this? It's an ore rock? Ice. Okay. Yeah, there's just ice for days. There is no ore anywhere on this planet. Stop weathering, peasant. So yeah, my concern, if we start on Europa... Build Microtech and build new Babbage and Port Tressler? That make this weather useful? Yeah, I mean, the weather, I mean, the fog does, detract from things like... Fuck. F10. Planets. Nope, not planets. Nope, not even that. Weather! Go away. Hey, Buckshot, we are doing good. Reminds me how to edit the stream info and put the Space Engineers category back on. Grid system. Boom. Excellent. All right, so here is the first chunk of hallway we built. That we built a little bit ago. It looks really nice. Even though it is completely unpowered. I'm going to also just take it and shove it on its side. And then I'm going to create a bunch of framing pieces over here to create the underside. There it is. Gmod space build flashback, anyone? What? Boop, boop, boop. We gotta have ice for the margaritas. We could build Port Tressler. I mean, there was that one scenario that had like a full-on monorail. I have no idea how I'd even begin to build that. Like, imagine having a whole train for that. That'd be crazy. Where are my interior walls? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and add the truss block here. Wait, nope. There we go. Excellent. Now, question, do SSTOs exist IRL? Single stage to orbit? Not that I'm aware of. I think there's a... No, wait, no. There is one, but it's classified. It's a military X-plane, I think called the X-47. Explanation. Back in the golden age of Gary's mod, someone decided to make environmental systems and put bubbles around planets to be atmosphere. Jank as hell, but building huge stations with life support was fun. Oh! Oh shit, I put those in the wrong place. Interesting. Now let's see. Wait a minute, where are my floor panels? There they are. Oh, sweet. I can just use the centers. I forgot about those. Okay, now this looks like a building that is worth it. Booyah! Now that looks good. Pegasus UAV. What is the oh wait, the I don't know. Maybe? I don't know what it's called. Let's see. Let's probably create a doorway of some variety here. All right, let me do a thing real quick. Boom. Now, the point of this particular section I've just done this wrong. Interesting. Oh, there's a dark spot. What the? Oh, shit. I mean, this one is supposed to be labeled the floor center, so maybe it doesn't matter. But, oh, what the heck? Oh, that's the dark side. Got it. See, this one is 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Okay. We are good. All systems are go. All is nominal. Let me see. Shit. Perfect, that works. We're doing it that way, because the door is going to be right there. The X-43. I'm thinking of the X-37. My brain just went enemy Lone Star inbound. Alright, let's see, where are my interior walls at? Here we go, just had you in hand. Same general frame format. 43 is a hypersonic aircraft. The X-37 is an orbital test vehicle that officially doesn't exist, but everyone knows it exists, and it still requires a rocket to put it in orbit. I know there's a, okay, then I guess we don't have a single stage to orbit vehicle yet. Not just the shadow on that one there, then is it? Okay. Let me reorient the floor blocks here. So that way whatever that thing is put downwards. Yes. All right. Excellent. And boom. Perfect. Problem solved. I have to put this one off to the side here so I can reorganize this. Boom, nice and clean. Rocklow the X30, but I don't think it ever got off the blueprint. Okay. That won't matter. It's not going to be exposed. All right, now we're going to make a door frame here. Would have been a proper SSTO, though, if it had. Okay. I know that Grumman has invented an ion thruster that is, I know that Grumman has an has been working on an ion thruster that technically would be capable of single-stage to orbit flight. All right, here's your hydrate redeem, Rasmus. Adds in 10 minutes. All right. Let's make us a door, people. It's the biggest door. Just gonna use the biggest door, because why not? Yep, get hydrated, fool. Yes, I was hydrated indeed. Vehicles. I love the whole F-19 Spectre saga when it became the poster child of stealth because it was still classified, with Congress even calling out the military for Congress not being allowed to see the stealth plane. Even though the F-19 made a toy of it, it was nothing like the real thing, and its long-term legacy being the Frisbees of Dreamland and Tom Clancy's Red Storm Rising. Oh yeah, wasn't that the spoiler for the F-117? Oh, hey! Door's fixed. I guess my game just loaded wrong that one time. That was weird. I remember that. It was like, what the fuck? All right, now. You, boom. Ever heard of rotating regard as the in-universe STOs and other aerospace developments? But you'll find out in Ace Combat 7, I will. The Nighthawk is a funny plane, but they need to supersize that. What is this? Damn. Now, let's see. So, I could do this a couple of ways. Put down a door like this. Only 2 bombs, we need at least 20. Hey, CJ Walsh, how's it going? We need at least 20. I know. The 2 bomb... The fact that Nighthawk can only carry 2 weapons kind of annoys me. But it's probably because of what they understood to be the limits of stealth at the time. Plus tips. YouTuber news. Yep, I found out about that. Also, just for reference, we will not be mentioning the first of those 3 in this chat room. Because, you know, that person does not deserve even the slightest shred of attention. Drama, exactly, and we are not about that. I am building, CJ Walsh, I am building the components of a base. Yes, yes, yes. Buckshot, there are rules for that covered in the Discord. In the guild Discord, there's a channel for those topics for people who want to discuss it. But yes, right now I am building a base. I am working on building like different base components. You can call them base blocks. Ah, I got you. But yes, pretty much. I do enjoy the idea of creating modular systems. Like, I have a bunch of ship modules for creating warships. I just don't use them very often. All right. Gonna hop in the shower? All right. Do it. I'm gonna turn the fucking day back on. Hey, son! Remember who your god is. Here it is. Cool. Now, actually, rather than cool templates, use them exactly one and lose it all again. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to build a bigger base this time because I keep looking at all the cool stuff that everybody else makes and I'm just like, damn, I am not matching up. I need to build something cool for once. Am I the only one who hears this music and immediately thought it was somebody's remixing the How It's Made theme? Anyone else hear that? Boom. You want to make a fatal funnel as your entry. Give it the ability to grind anybody up in there and dies in there for resources or fuel. I don't expect infantry combat to be the primary threat. I'm expecting ship combat, and for that, I'm just going to cover it in guns. I'm just making this thing look cool because I want to work on my my building skills. Wait, I moved that window block. I need the bridge window here. I'm probably going to, I don't know. This is 5 wide. 1, 2, okay. That would just intersect at the wrong point on those. I'm gonna real quick move this item. Here we go. Now it's gonna be weird because it's off by a point because of the fucking elevation. Pretty much, a toy company just freeballed the design and ended up with a surprisingly solid-looking design which managed to convince Congress the F-19 was not real and a completely fictional model made by the Testor Corporation, but again, it was so accurate that it was brought up in the halls of Congress with one Ron Wyden saying, quote, "What I, as a member of Congress, am not even allowed to see is now ending up in model packages." Damn. Damn. Ship combat, large caliber bore autocannons and guided missile pods? Perhaps. Some of those systems require a little more complicated programming than what Space Engineers allows for by default. Go ahead and line this one up here so I can see what I'm making. As long as it's for your eyes only. Seems stupid because it's without oversight then. Well, classified stuff is always without oversight because the problem with Congress is they will do whatever the fuck they have to make sure they get their re-election. Including tear into whatever project, tear into anything. There is a lot of reason that a lot of shit is kept from Congress, and that's because, at the end of the day, they're politicians. They're not reasonable thinkers. They do what's best for them, not what's best for the country, half the time. It's disappointing as fuck. I'm 99% sure that none of the members of Congress have a security clearance, and that is for a reason. Also, ads in 20 seconds, and I gotta hit the bathroom. So we will be right back. We are back. Time to full Starship Troopers, then these guys will be allowed to see the goods without issues. Yeah. Alright. Now then, let us build. I'm going to... Those doors will take you externally. I might need to buff out the sides a little bit to give them room for something like an airlock if that's going to be taking them to an external door. That's a good frame, but it's not going to be enough. All right, so that helps that helps narrow some things down. Airlock, unless the inside is the airlock. I wasn't planning on it because then you would have to, I don't know, maybe it'll be only me operating the base. So, might not be the case. Add some more dimension to the base if I... So you know what? Hold up. Oh, hey up. I just realized I forgot these scaffold frames here. But I have an interesting question. I think it might be possible to shove some batteries under here in the pillars. I'm not going to keep those there. I'm just putting those down so I have a place to put the batteries here. Excellent. Use the Warfare DLC batteries because I like those cooler. Boom! That's what we're talking about. Why must Project Melody be so wholesome and so degenerate at the same time? Why not? She is perfect that way. I'm not gonna lie to you. Mel is adorable. You cannot change my mind. Let's see. What do I need here? Right. Yeet. Yaw. Yeet. Boom. Oh, I'm gonna need to put the lights back in here real quick. Grab a light. There's a proud, yeah. I'm not sure I can allow that word, but mostly because I'm not Melody's chat. But I agree. What was I thinking? Brain, I need light. Thank you. Let there be light. God, come down, destroy them. Anyway. I'm fucking losing my shit here. Excellent. You'll figure understand the sentiment? Yeah. All right. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and paint this up. Paint you. Excellent. Well, let's see. I'm gonna put this there, put that No, not an air vent. I want the actual air vent. Rotary fans. If memory serves me right, the issue of wanting to see it is that it was compounded by an F-117 crash in Sequoia National Forest in July 1986 that killed the pilot and started a fire. The U.S. Air Force established restricted airspace and all this secrecy while the F-19 model looked so accurate that Congress wondered what's the point if this model company had it right. So wait, are you telling them they couldn't even tell them, hey, no, they don't have it right? They just... Just kind of had to work around it. Yeah, they just kept completely silent about it? Oh. Probably because they understood the Soviets had spies everywhere. Black Project, deny. Yeah. Makes sense. Especially with Congress, can't trust them with shit. Oops. May or may not have just painted shit I didn't want to paint a certain color. It's fine. Shit. There we go. There's that. That's handled. Very good. I think I'm actually going to make... this one the clean color. Just to give it that different vibe of it being like a bulkhead. Nice. Deal with U.S. forest and airborne threats. First, Japanese bullied the trees, and later the U.S. with their own planes. Damn. Oh, hold up. I'm gonna actually... Shit. I'm going to actually replace these. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, the unknown signals got revised. Curious to what this is now. Interesting. I can't even access it because it's upside down. Fuck. Damn. On an unrelated note, I have a player in this Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel match who can't figure out how to out my backup boss monster. I've never actually played Yu-Gi-Oh! I grew up on Magic the Gathering. So, I don't actually know how to do the Yu-Gi-Oh-ing. All right. Okay, so I think I've built the first thing here. I've built the door frame. I didn't get to a lot of things that I wanted to do, but I'm thinking what I'm going to do is, because I definitely do need to do that work, but I'm not going to be able to focus on it as long as I'm wanting to stream. So I'm going, because I don't want to sit there and just type a bunch of stuff, because I'm just going to be sitting there quiet, and it's like, it's just keyboard ASMR at that point. So... So I'm going to go ahead and find somebody to raid, and then we'll pick back up again War Thunder Wednesday tomorrow morning. And we're gonna go ahead and pick a person to yeet ourselves off to for the evening. That's what I think we're gonna do. And that way I can sit down and just type stuff without having to worry about me putting on a bad show. Let me see, who's alive? Let me see, I'm gonna put the music on here. Kill the desktop audio while I look around at a few people. What is the Palmetto doing? Okay. Palmetto seems to be safe for today to raid. So we're going to go ahead and raid out to the Palmetto Master. All right. Please tell me I hit the right one. All right, cool. So I will see all of you for War Thunder Wednesday tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and we'll be back at it again with the fly-in garbage. And I think we'll do more trying to meme on people with a toilet bomb. So I will see all of you guys again next time. Good night.